Alright, we're up. Here's what's gonna happen. I'm gonna boot up this game, and I think I'm like 80% sure we're gonna be able to reach credits on Esoteric up tonight. So hopefully that's gonna be a feasible objective and not some bizarre pipe dream. I don't want this game to be over, but at the same time I do feel like it's fulfilled its mission. You know what I mean? Like, past a certain point, you just need to be like, enough is enough. Listen, we murderized possibly the last troll in existence, which actually feels like something of a tragedy. But he did try to kill us. We beat up a teenager. We released 2 demons from an eternal prison. I'm not sure actually. Huh? You know what? Come to think of it. Should we release the other 2? I feel like that's a really bad idea, but I think it could be funny. I think we should save and release the last 2 sealed thingamajigs, because I just feel like that's, well, maybe not in our best interest, but I do think it'd be funny. Okay, that's 1, that's 2. Right, this is where I talked to that weird gloopy guy who was very mysterious and wanted me to become his warlock thrall, which is absolutely not happening. Listen, being a warlock is like being in a multi-level marketing scheme. You should not, under any circumstances, let it happen. Anyway, I'm ripping down the seal. You reach for the paper. Your fingers brush the crude drawing. Esoteric energy surges through your arm like lightning. Damn. The seal holds fast. This isn't just paper. It's a binding. Primal and arcane. Powerful. Precise. But you cannot stop now. It is already in your hand. Alright. DC 12, how we doing? Oh, baby! Grit your teeth. Ignore it. Your palm flat against the seal. The energy fights back. Burning. Searing. But you hold. The paper begins to crack. Glowing lines split across its surface. And the paper crumbles into ash. Nothing happens with the door. It remains shut. Well, that was awful. Alright, your turn, lady. You approach the ominous door. The tunnels lay silent. Only your breath is heard. Placed across the surface, you see pieces of paper covered in ancient writing. Alrighty, time to rip the seals. As your fingers touch the paper, the symbol upon its surface lights up, just for a split second. Then, all at once, as your fingers drag through it, the paper crumbles into bright white ash. Nothing appears to happen with the door. Snell looks at the dissolving dust, then to you. I hope you know what you're doing. Always, Snell, always. Sure, I believe you. He actually does. That was kind of beautiful, actually. Okay, that's all 4 prisoners set loose. That should do something with the lights down here. Is what my instincts are telling me. This is the wrong room. But yeah. I wonder... I do wonder what kind of consequences it's gonna have. I feel like it's gonna be pretty bad. But I want to see. You approach the magic circle. Each of the 4 stones around it are glowing. The goblin looks around. Looks clear, I think. The words are ancient, but you understand them. Speak the lost name at the end of the world. Isk Urum. It is broken. The seal is unleashed. What? A snail? It's a snail. Snell takes a few more steps back. Uh-huh. Clear your throat loudly. When you watch as you then watch as the snail folk of a bygone era slams into the ground. Oh, hello. Aren't you a charming fellow? You watch as the creature creature shake and You watch the creature shake and snivel, its flappy skin moving around freely, its glistening surface reflecting the light. That staff, it holds immense power. Well, might as well go say hi. Can I trifle it? I can trifle it. I'm not gonna, but I can. The snail lifts its head. Floop. Excuse me? The snail holds up his open hands, 4 fingers stretched out. Then he twists them with a snap. There we go, that should be better. I always keep a tongue prepared for this specific situation. Nothing as awkward as dealing with foreign dignitaries when you've just run out of Jor slots. I am Isk Urum, court puller of the Tolin Empire, master of the path, servant of Jor, lord researcher, and diplomat of peace. He lowers his soft head all the way to the ground. I am the cleric. By Jor. Do not worry, Mr. Ron, cleric. I am not poisonous, nor do I hold any ill will. Beware. He is reading your mind. Oh! Okay, so he can see everything that I'm talking about. My apologies, I cannot help it. What? That's not the kind of phrasing I would use, but yes. Snell squints and stares at you both. Hold on. Is this some kind of wizard thing? Green one, you do not appear to be as loud on the strings as your iron friend here. The snail leans upon his staff. I cannot help but hear everything you think, cleric. It was cleric, was it not? What a fascinating meeting we have here. Now, The snail man looks around, leaning on his staff. My mind seems to have slipped a bit. You couldn't care for some exposition? Be careful what you think. He'll hear it. He hears this right now. What's the last thing you remember? His eyes retract close to the base as he mutters. Oh, that's like a cute little behavior for a snail to have. Oh no. I was on trial! For what? I doomed us all to the flames of Asuth! It was entirely my fault. What did you do? I made a deal with the Red One. He mutters to himself, trying to remember. It is difficult to read his body language for obvious reasons. However, you get the feeling he recalls more as he grows more shaken. Asuth, the great dragon of Tulam, our band. I was the diplomat who enacted the plan of peace. We invited the dragon for an exchange of knowledge. Truth is, I was greedy. I wanted those strange draconic techniques, the power words. Dragons use magic through speech alone. The methods you cast are derived from those same methods. I was not alone in my hubris, nor did I set this plan in motion myself, but it was me who put it into motion. Since this snail reads my mind, why do I even bother making a choice of what to say? He's listening on to this right now, isn't he? Blah, 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 blah. Thanks, strange noises. You were betrayed. Please stop. Sorry. Go. Yeah, no, sorry. The snail man looks pointedly around the room. Or at least you think he does. It's more of a gurgling sound. I am personally responsible for the deaths of approximately 50,000 to 100,000 of my kin. The Sooth went back on his word. He used his unorthodox magic to disrupt our many, many mages. Then he burned the entire city. The towers fell, the screams, the heat. So, like, the thing that ruined all the... The goblin also stares at the snail man. How did you survive? Oh, the same way the rest did. We were, as they say, lucky. We were not close enough to his anti-magic, and I could resist his stunning shriek. We fled downwards. As the Sooth claimed our city as his new home, we fled even deeper. A few thousand of us, the ones who remained, we hid in... He taps his staff onto the tiles. This place. This is where we kept our foulest prisoners. It became a base in which we organized resistance. Although some like me were not so keen to work with... some were not so keen to work with someone like me. A traitor. How long were you down here? Months. It did not take long for a divide to build. They imprisoned you for inviting the dragon? That, among other things. I was never the most liked snail on the coast, but they wanted an offering. Someone to pin the blame. He grows silent and his eyes shiver. The snail begins to think about things he does not want to think about. What did you do here? Debate, mostly. One camp was for leaving entirely. Another wanted to turn to Jor for guidance. I ended up wanting to leave with my wonderful Toot. Toot? Toot? He shakes his head. Sorry, No, the voice who won in the end, they sought a more permanent solution to the Dragonfire, through primal pagan magic. I did not believe in that for a second. Okay, so you've been imprisoned here for a long time. How long? His eyes retract as if he does not want the answer to his question. When were you imprisoned? I'm assuming an era of dragons occurred after our reign. However, we were ruled in the aftermath of the shutting of the gates. It has been 211 years since then, the year when our city burned. During the Fade era, then. Not very long after the gates had shut. That is exactly 1,016 years ago. He grips his staff. You can hear it creak. Millennia? I was in stasis for millennia? I'm sorry. Yes. Yes, it is. Good gods. His eyes shoot out, aiming around the room. He is alone. His entire folk type has been wiped from the map before humans even held their own kingdom. I am alone. There is no one, is there? He shakes his staff and with his stalk eyes wiggle... He shakes his staff and his stalk eyes wiggle around the air. A faint glow appears as he mutters a few words to himself. I see snails, yes, but... Scrying. He is seeing hail snails currently. Okay, are you scrying? Okay, hail snails. That's like the big one that was blocking the entrance upstairs. No. Is this what you made of yourselves? He stops casting the spell, his head falling towards the ground. Gorm, you fool! You led them into this primal state? Degenerative, frozen, monstrous beasts. Ugh, hail snail. He lets out a mad laugh. They wanted to use a primal cold to break the dragon's fire. That bastard, he led them into pure de-evolution. It's a nightmare. Oh, by Jor's grace. Tell me, how did you break the stasis I was in? I think it, you cleric, imagine it in your head. Now, please. Sure. Toot Edema. She was in an iron door. They threw her in an iron door for millennia! His eyes droop down towards the ground. I cannot believe it. My actions caused... I ruined my people. I brought flames. I divided them. Yet in the end, I did not even pay for my crimes of my life. Instead, I pay by standing here, alone among the ashes. I Askani. And Toot, she endured the most torturous existence known to sentience, or so slowly withering inside of that hellish prison. Yet after all that, in the end, she... Her last thoughts were of you. He lets out a grunt, then a painful howl. He roars, a deep, bubbling scream causing his glistening flesh to vibrate. When he stops, he takes his staff and slams it into the ground. I reject this string! Jor's words do not speak of a humble nature. He broke off this world to make his own path. I will do exactly the same. I like what you're saying, Snail. He lets out a gust of wind. I can fix this. Oh, that's not good. Yeah, what? Fix what? My dear Toot was destroyed by an iron prison. That leaves her soul in pieces. Not quite dead. Not quite in existence. But I am Cord Puller Isk Urum. I wield strings like Jor himself. From this day on, I no longer seek power, nor achieve greatness, nor will I build empires. I will only perform one miracle. I will resurrect her. Then I will pay her back 1,000-fold for her unyielding love and devotion. Sounds like a plan. True resurrection. Not easy. Especially when the strings are this... weak. An ebb, surely? Wait, can you tell me more about that? Yes, anything you need. I am in your debt as well, of course. He mutters to himself and leans on his staff. I now have a time limit, cleric. In 200 years, the fragments of my wife's soul will leave this plane forever. Thus, I can no longer resurrect her. And it will take time, but it can be done. Anything can be done! He is coping, but not in a terribly destructive way. It is possible. Improbable, but possible. Even for a snail. Okay, intelligence, that was weirdly racist. Fuck yeah! You need anything, just let me know. Thank you, my green friend. Say, you wouldn't happen to know how to enter the pillar, would you? Oh! You wish to enter a closed gate? That is bold. I need to follow a rogue spellcaster inside. A suspected rogue spellcaster. The snail stares at you. I heard nothing, but if you need to enter a closed gate, that is no small feat, of course. But it is possible. Yes, very much so. What lies beyond is not so much a mystery as it is a question of shape. Tunnels, paths, cracks in the veils around Jor's realm. To enter is as simple as either having a key, a blessed passing, or forcing your way with a powerful spell. Gate, astral projection, wish, they can all break through. Of course, with the current state of things here in your time, it is clear that all such methods would be difficult. Very difficult. You require assistance from creatures who have studied or understand its current shape. Any in mind? He lowers his head. Toad was a genius on a planar level. She could have helped you. You made him sad again. That's sad. Sorry. He glares at you with one eye as the other falls upon his staff. You have made a great friend of me, cleric. That will be rewarded. Oh shit! A staff of strings. The staff? You hold it out, feeling the power surge through the rough wood. I call it Meveresh, Staff of Strings. You may call it Staff of Tulinkal as remembrance of my fallen people. It will be returned to me once you are finished with all of this. The crystal at the top lights up as he speaks. It is now attuned to you. If you wield it while dealing with this gate, it will grant you assistance. Information, attunement, so on. My dear wife's research can be found within its core. It will help you, I'm sure. Thank you, Aunt Toot. As for who you should speak with, I have no idea. But unless you want to write a contract with some powerful devil or some far realm monster, you might not have too many good options. The only creature I knew beyond my people who understood the mechanics of the gate was the Gate Guardian herself. But she was ancient by the time I reached adulthood, so I would not count on her being around still. What Gate Guardian? Are you talking about the Sphinx? Excuse me? Well, see, it's the Sphinx. She's still around? Yeah, you know her? The snail leans back, still reeling over this information. You keep shocking the poor man. I'll have to visit. So she's still into the lair? It's a tavern now, called the Drunk Sphinx. This is a strange arrow you've built for yourselves. I can't say I dislike it. In that case, I highly recommend you go speak with Osis. Unless you've made a fool of yourself before her, she might be inclined to help you getting into the gate crack. Flashback to when you spoke with Osis last. Oh, sure. I'm sure with Meveresh it'll be fine. And if not, then maybe there is some other dark and oppressive magical creature you can persuade. Oh god. I do know a pale guy that knows a lot about this stuff. Interesting. I should go speak with him too at some point. So, do you have any questions about all the stuff you've missed? A couple of thousand of them, yes. I will also, of course, dive into whatever libraries you have available for information soon enough. You do still have libraries, I hope. Let's not invite him to the living library. We have the Dorobrian library just south of here. I can get you access if I put in an application. Oh, grand, please do! Is that your local government at Darrow? Laugh. No. I see. Also, I need to ask, what is this... south? South? Yes? South of south. Ah, this must be some common knowledge. Please elaborate. It's a direction. You know, downwards on the map. Interesting. Do you not use inwards and outwards, with and against? The scholarly version is seaward and inland. Which one's forward in your case? With is when you move along the coast. with the movement of the sun. Against is the sun's movement. Ah, we use west for with then, and east for against. I see. Do you know the etymological origin of these words? I find your use of them quite fascinating, especially the fact that my tongue spell doesn't localize them. Of course you do. DC 15. The cardinal directions were based on some early human tongue way before we arrived in this world. We simply applied our old world's term on Jor's realm. Realistically, they all have something to do with the sun, just like yours do. Interesting. That you base your directions on a map is very different from our way of navigation. Later I will very much love to pore over your findings and documents. Especially those maps. I've seen books all over the place. You always just go around and check them out. Interesting. So your people are very open-minded then? Imagine the snail talking to Viskin. I mean, I could see it. That pale man looks like an interesting spellcaster. We will see how they react. Is your people anti-snail? I suppose they haven't been given the chance to be anti-snail. I don't think anyone will actively hate the idea of a snail folk. He nods and his eyes jut out. Interesting. I am looking forward to navigating your society. What did you want to ask, anyway? He lets out a bubbling noise. Timeline. I can see image of your current world in your mind. Your city called Norvik. You live upon the ruins of my people's creations. Very interesting. But I am interested in how you got there. You appear to be human, yes? I remember the dragons of the East bringing your people to the coast as servants. Or slaves, rather. When did you break your chains? It was during the Fade era. Humans broke free alongside many others as the big ones fell. Dug Dulindim led the charge against the dragons. It was, I see! I am both relieved and extremely happy to hear of their demise. You're welcome. But I must ask, whatever happened to Asuth? His downfall must have been at the hands of some great warrior. Oh, I know that one. It's a children's story. Oh? The little and the large. A gnome befriended the mist titan of Askani, and together they defeated the great red dragon. Abacus the half-wit and Kai Moore, the greatest of friends. You're kidding! By sure, that's very good. Very, very good. An ironic end for such a horrid beast. Defeated by friendship. He lets out a bubbling laugh. May his bones be cursed forever. Humans of old Diminor broke free and built kingdoms. We stole magic from the dragons and taught ourselves. Many gods were born in the next era, the Divine Era. Hold on, let's see. The snail retracts his eyes and goes quiet for a while as he listens to your thought. Do go on. The Fade Era, after the Gate Era, lasted about 1,000 years. Ah, you must be at the start of a new era then. What do you call it? The Post-War Era. Oh, the Arcane Era brought with it a most foul war then. I could only imagine. I myself too was born in a time after a war. The Gate War. But my father saw the end of it in his youth. I'll make sure to read about it more. But what caused this great war? Numenists, a cabal of hedonistic far realm worshippers pitted the great Arcanists against each other. An imp. He assassinated an elvish priestess and set the whole thing in motion. It's complicated. Yes, I can see that. I can similarly not in any way tell you the real reason behind the Gate War. But since it's closer in the timeline, if I may ask, how did your Coast War end? Free Striders, an ideology of meritocratic and democratic heroes, eventually fell the Arcanists, and today they are the most powerful force on the coast. The Arcanists destroyed each other and ruined portions of the band in the process. The Arcanists were simply too powerful, the game was rigged against them, and thus they lost. Magic stopped being as potent. They tried to keep it a secret, but eventually they simply could not support their empires. It's complicated. I think I would say that it was pretty much the Arcanists just destroying each other. Fascinating. It's understandable that there is no clear answer to such a complex conflict. As per usual, the victor will write the notes on history, however, so I will be sure to read with a critical stalk. And your people then, if they fled the Arcanists during the war? I seem to keep getting the impression from the image I see. I hope you can't see me without the helmet. Try your best to not imagine yourself without the helmet. Joke's on you. You cannot even remember what you look like underneath. Nothing too personal so far, thank Jor. Some esoterically attuned people cannot help themselves. It's honestly quite dangerous at times. My old rival used to run into my laboratory and think very loud and grimy things. The most heinous scenarios you can imagine. I have no feelings on this psychological warfare. That's hilarious. You're quite the frayed fellow, aren't you? Yes, I am. No, I'm not. You're forked. What would be too personal? Like, me naked or let your mind drift? Yes, I am. His eye stalks glare at you in silence. Case in point. Can you teach me magic? Oh, teaching. That is not my specialty. If you have any questions, I can always share my knowledge, but beyond that, I'm afraid I can only offer some spell scrolls. What does ebb mean? His eyes dart around. You want a definition? I spoke with a demi-lich who spoke of an esoteric ebb. A demi-lich? Dangerous friends to have, cleric. Okay, friends is a very strong word regarding my relationship to that guy. Unless the word has changed by more than I imagined since I left. His eyes jitter a bit. Ebb is defined as an effect of anti-magic. Oh. It is when the flow of magic is ebbed, lowered, ceased. It is a word I do not like for many reasons. For one, it was a tool used by our enemies in the Gate War. To sink Jor's realm, they wished to quell his strings. Then, of course, it was a dragon of Sooth. His betrayal began by the casting of a horrible and terribly effective spell. Power Word Ebb. 9th level spell? Power Word Ebb puts a clamp on Jor's strings. A large area, I believe up to 1,000 feet, becomes void of higher tier magics and low tier magic becomes unstable. Yet it is no simple anti-magic field. It is not an area of suppression of magic. It is literal editing of the strings themselves. It cuts off flow to the strings. Flow from the past and future. A ripple of non-magic through time. I will be honest, I have no clue what the exact parameters of casting such a spell would be, nor what the long-term effects are, but it does sound to me like your era has been affected by some terrible ebbings. For your strings seem to me as if they are indeed clamped and clutched, as if they are struggling to breathe. Huh. Past and future, the strings stretching through time. That is a lot of questions. I'll say probably, possibly, not really, and yes, through time. This is of course only a theory of mine. When it comes to esoteric effects, pockets, events, and so on, but what makes an esoteric ebb so powerful is the sheer time frame of it. The consequences can be unfelt for centuries. That is what makes Jor's esoteric magic so powerful and so dangerous. No sane being can calculate beyond a third dimension. At least beyond some abstract and practical sense. We are not made for it. But that doesn't stop me from researching it. Or at least until Sooth did. Now he is getting sad again. What do you know about Jor's strings? He holds out a hand and casts prestidigitation. When Jor crafted the coast, he did not make it from scratch. Dazzling lights spawn out of his palm, forming a collection of gleaming lights. He based his design on others. The landscape, the water, the wind, the biome, as well as the magic. In most of the realms, from what our history teaches us, ley lines, as in the thing we channel magic from, is usually formed as a web. A network. A weaving, a series of nodes interconnected. This design was fundamental and solid. It connected so many material realms to the outer ones. As in, there were not just one. The solid world of mortals on one side, the worlds with all the angels and demons and non-mortals on the other. A magic web interconnecting them. Most Anticipalians will tell you the same thing. The world of mortals and non-mortals were separated beyond Jor's realm. Right, okay, go on. He nods. Jor did something different. He created the strings. Instead of having a series of nodes with connections between them, his ley lines were simply just nodes. They contain a sort of esoteric vector. Intensity, delta, rush, tone, some call it colors. Various, difficult to parse parameters. Instead of being interconnected, they simply bump into one another. Physically, that is how they interact. Oh, physically. That is how they interact, to put a simple metaphor. However, Jor did something ingenious here. He took the design of those interconnected webs and repurposed them, not to connect with one another, but to connect with themselves, over time itself. Ah, okay. So the whole thing of like the nodes and the strings, they're not really strings. They are circles. They are circular nodes. And because they are spread out over time itself, they just have that appearance of strings. Very interesting. Connected from the past through the present to the future. A straight line. A chord. A string. Remember, he is reading your mind. Every option you think of will be presented to him all at once. Oh boy. What difference does it make in comparison to that web design? Why did Jor make strings in such a way? Do you think the Arcanist grew so powerful due to the figuring out Jor's secrets? Is there magic capable of flowing backwards through time? Okay. What difference does it make? Okay. That's a lot to take in all at once. This mind reading makes conversation highly efficient. No, it does not, Intelligence. I'll take your questions one by one if that's okay. Starting off, compared to the original web design, which I sadly have not been able to investigate myself, I'm basing all of my findings off data retrieved from my forebears. There seems to be almost no real difference. On the surface level. Channeling magic, from a practical art, works fundamentally the same. Drawing powers from the network using verbal, somatic, and components to steer this power in a certain direction. However, this change, making the network into strings, changes how that magic flows. Instead of being focused on that one point in time, it is constantly connected to the past and present. Part of that power is leaked in each direction. Now, this does happen in some degree as well in a normal web-based node system. That's how divination magic works. But instead of it happening in a natural way, just like we remember when we were a second ago, just like where we remember where we were a second ago, so does magic. Just like how we can extrapolate on current information in order to reach conclusions about the future, so does magic. The strings, instead, are directly connected. It would be as if we constantly saw ourselves in the past alongside our present, with glimpses of the future. Like a constant, permanent form of divination magic. It's quite difficult to imagine. Now, I can kind of imagine it. To myself, I'm thinking almost like an onion skin, right, for like animation. To answer your second question, I do not know why Jor made the strings this way. There are theories. He could have done it to perform some type of chronomancy. Perhaps it was simply an experiment. My personal belief is simply that Jor found it efficient. By leaking esoteric energies to the past and future, it would make more sense that we are able to build a much more potent acceleration in our spells. How this works in practice, none can tell. Not since the gates closed. As to your third question, yes, it sounds as if your Arcanists did uncover many of the same mysteries we worked on. However, it does sound as if Jor abandoned them in a way not too dissimilar to our own. Finally, your fourth question. Chronomancy is a topic many wizards dream of as they study. I must disappoint you. There are no ways beyond divination, those little peeks behind the curtains, to tamper with time. As the strings move forward, Jor watches us go along them. That is one of the messages we received from him all those years ago. He is watching. This is our one chance to make our choices. So make them well. Thank you, that was very informative. No problem. I am no lecturer, so apologies if I'm ranting too much. Okay. Keep mentioning Jor. What do you know about the guy? About Jor? Oh, just about everything and nothing. An enigma of a wizard, Jor is. First, I'd like to ask you, what do you know about Jor? Old wizard, made the coast, brought the beast of Jor. Mythical figure, died at the Gate of War of yours. He is the one who created this place and invited people. The great wizard who defied the gods. Nothing. I know nothing. Tell me everything that you know. Old wizard, made the coast, brought the beast of Jor. The snail man listens to your thoughts intensely. Then he asks, Beasts of Jor? Is that what you call us? The only followers of Jor who survive to this day are usually quite feared, as you can imagine. We also have Anticipalian, that's a better word for it. I see. The recent Arcanist trouble humans caused must not have helped the issue of Jor. That is true. The term Anticipalian appears good. It is draconic, yes? Before the closing? Very good. His eyes close up tightly. In the old world, Telin Kal, we worshipped the oppressive gods. Oppressive in the sense of absolute power. My forebears left willingly as the invitation of Jor. To never gain... My forebears left willingly at the invitation of Jor. To never again serve. So it's important to remember our love for Jor was not subjugation. It was a partnership, in the purest sense of the word. So to be clear, I am not a numinist. I have no religion. I do not worship Jor. My people were raised into self-idealization by Jor. Given power, esoterical forces. When he fell after the Gate War and no longer was as directly involved, well, we all held some hope he was alive, just hiding, or having gone into some other state of being to shut out the gods. Logically speaking, he has to be alive. That is my input on the discussion. What makes you say that? Because his realm still stands. I do not believe in a natural existence for this coast. I believe, although my evidence for this is faltering, the realm would collapse if Jor truly died. This place is held up by him. Thus, its existence is proof of his well-being. Not to mention a handful of messages we received, at least hint at something existing out there. Unless you believe those messages were false, which they could be. I do not believe so. What do you know about Eomestra? Eomestra. Where did you hear that name? His eyes stretch out towards you. You startled him by mentioning that name. From an inanimate talking thing. Think about general things. The talking wall. Chansey? That was the name of it, yes. That is the name of a founding shell, one of the first snails to be invited by Jor. One who created the foundations of Tulin Kal. Chansey the Seer. Huh. In the wall? Yes. It could be an apparition, an animating spirit in the shape of Chansey's mind, or... The very structure of the city you have built your home on is filled with the spirits of my ancestors. How peculiar! His eyes slowly retract. I suppose I should tell you a story about Jor, then. Go on. He slides around the floor as he speaks. What we know of Jor, some is derived from early witnesses. Most, however, is recalled directly from his secret original apprentices. Jor's apprentices hid in shadows as to not become targets during invasions. So I imagine it comes as quite a shock to you that... Oh, no, we know about those. What? They're not secret anymore. Huh, but there are 8 of them, did you know that? It became common knowledge during the Arcane era. The Arcanists even used one of them as a battery in their floating city. Right. Why did you ask them? Eomestra, she is one of the apprentices. I'm aware of that. Most people aren't, though. Oh! In that case, let me tell you. Eomestra was the apprentice of Goodland. She was the first court pillar of Tulin Kal. Speaker of Jor. Goodland? Goodland. Oh, right, the translation must be confusing. That is the native term we use for this here slice, or... Band? That is what you call it? You call it Askani. Okay, first apprentice of this band. First court pillar of the Tulin Kal, Speaker of Jor. She sounds important. You knew this apprentice? She was my friend. Eom would travel from tower to tower whenever she visited the city. She was old and frail by the time I was born. Yet she traveled like no other. I was taught prestidigitation by her. Her own personalized version. No doubt you would ask me to teach you, but that would be impossible. Only she could be a good enough teacher to spread such a complicated cantrip. Fascinating. Prestidigitation taught directly from Jor himself? One day you'll master it. Surely. You must. He lets out a pained groan. Her disappearance was one of the first omen of our people. My wife, Tood, was even closer to her. We missed her dearly. What was she like? Kind. He nods. They used to call her the neutral good apprentice. I tended to agree. Weird nickname, gotta say. Feels kind of like a... Okay. You spoke of so you spoke with someone who spoke directly to Jor? Yes, many times. She could never tell as much about her master, of course. However, it was clear he, too, was an interesting figure. A personality, if you will. Just like all the tales painted. Huh. Did you speak with any other apprentices? I'm afraid not. Or perhaps lucky. Not all of them were so friendly to the local populace, though most of them were simply destroyed during the Gate War. So why'd she disappear? That is a very good question. One day she was here and the other she was not. I was the last of our kind to meet with her. I found her acting peculiar, stressed. She asked me, Isk, how much would you wager on a shell flip? And waited for my answer. I told her I'd wager nothing important on such bad odds. Shell flip? I'm sorry, it's when you toss a flat shell into the air to see which side it lands on, a 50-50 fair game. He shakes his head. Eomestra, she accepted my answer and then left. I'm not sure how to interpret such a strange question. But that was it. She was gone. The Gator of Askan, our connection to Jor, gone. Soon after, just a few years, Esuth burned it all down. I'm not sure what to say about it either. The snail man lets out a blubbering sigh. Since I've been given a second chance, perhaps we will find out. One day. Do you have any spell scrolls I can have? Please? Oh, only a dozen or so, and they're deep in my shell. Any you're interested in? I can dig in and get one for you. He tracks one of his arms into his shell. Ew. Astral projection, protection from evil and good. Aura of vitality, I used to have that one written down. Maybe astral projection might be helpful. You have peculiar tastes. That's not a spell you're even able to cast. Not without great unreliability. So is that a no? Of course not! Enjoy! He hands you the tinkling paper with a casual nod, and the intense power rushing through your arm as you grab it. It will tear a hole into you. Grasp it with your life. Considering the state of the world, it would not have the intended effect even if you did know how to cast it. So it's useless to me anyhow. But I suggest studying it. Probably shouldn't get too greedy then. I'm a wizard too. Are you now? Good to hear. It does make some sense. Someone with a head so tuned to the string is usually either dipped in a soul river at birth or a powerful mage of some time. Or a crazy person. Maybe I'm all three. Wonderful! I was hoping this area of yours was acclimated for magic use as well, despite the past. Okay. See you around, Isk. I'm glad that we did that. I don't regret that in the slightest. Now then, I believe I should probably turn over to the next day. Actually, I could probably... Hang on. Oh, you're still here. Cool. I could probably use my fast travel. Wow, that was easy. Not gonna comment on that at all, Snell? You just chill? Alright, I guess we should probably go talk to old C's and see if she's around. Okay. Oh, is that my guy? Schnur Appledent, my man, how are you? You see a tiny man sitting on a tall chair, a glass of something strong clasped in his hands. Ah, my dear officer of law, he slurs with a mischievous glint in his eyes. Not a glint. Pain. He clumsily nods, almost spilling his drink. Are you enjoying your evening? No. He almost spits out the word. That's sad to hear. It is not unreasonable not to enjoy an evening such as this. He leans a bit too far to the left and almost falls off his chair. Anyway, come! Partake in the nectar of the gods, or at least what passes for it in this establishment. So we find ourselves on the precipice of this grand experiment of democracy. He takes a big sip. What will you vote for, officer? Don't get him started, the goblin mutters behind you. Asgulus, the workers shall rule. Ah, the workers, the heart and soul of our city. But rule? Can they truly rule, or will they simply become the new face of an old tyranny? Democracy is a delicate dance, my friend. When the music stops, who is left without a chair? The workers' paradise is a noble dream, but that dream can sometimes turn into nightmares. especially when power gets involved. He is very inebriated. But now, since you are the carrier of law of this here city, a good question would be, what is law? Oh god. To carry such a burden of holding the law, would it not be fair to ask what it is? Think about it, your answer will matter. Your choice could change the world, good knight of earth. Cleric of the bourgeoisie. Law is whatever the hell I say it is. Practically speaking, law is power. Those who wield it decide order. The gnome nods. In fact, his head nods so hard his face hits the table. You hear him snoring softly. Party's over. Thank the gods. That was fun. Is that... Who is that? Simi and the boys. Oh, hey. Nope. What else is around? I don't think the musician is here. Oh, hey, man. I got a 4. Gledic of Norvik! The dwarf's glowing, smoldering eyes glitter as he bows before you. Lovely to see you. Me and Romulus here are taking a little break before we head back to Darby. Hello, Axel. He laughs. Clearly somewhat inebriated. Oh, and I hope the pickaxe has been treating you well. Like you said, the pickaxe didn't really work properly, but I got the spell out of it. Great to hear. I mainly use it as a regular pickaxe, to be honest. So good to hear it's gotten a bit of actual esoteric use. So you're an adventurer? That'd be a decent term for it. Though some veterans would give me crap if I try to label myself that way. I've only been around a few laps. Like where? Oh, mostly the city below. It's less interesting than it was in my father's time, back during the real dungeoneering. Back when they'd go venturing all the way to Dolstad to the Forge of the Furies. But there's still a few crevices to crack open right here in this city. I'm sure you've noticed yourself down here. Even in a top-level area like Dolstad's below, there's quite a few secrets to uncover, and monsters to run into. He's a classic delver. Norvik's a bit of a dry spot at the moment, but some areas inland get various venturing investment parties from time to time. He laughs. Though I did join a venture to the Burned Coast one time. Just at the outskirts, of course, to some kobold-held ruins. Can't talk more about it, I signed a hefty NDA. The Burned Coast is filled with all kinds of ancient ruins. You could uncover many esoteric wonders there. How did you end up here? In Norvik? He scratches his beard. It was a business trip originally. I joined one of my uncles on a delve. Got me hooked. Ended up just sticking around on a third trip. Typical immigrant story. Sure. He shakes his head and mutters, but really I'm a bit of a lost soul. At least until I find those lost mines. Then I'll be set for life! Romulus lets out a screech. Aww? What are you voting in the election? A bit of a sensitive subject. I try to be not too vocal about my thoughts. But I'm leaning Asgal. Might go Free Strider since they've got one hell of a program planned for privatized adventuring and delving across Ascanii. But then again, I don't exactly believe myself to be such a winner in a golden heart world. If you catch my drift. The rust monster makes a screeching noise. Romulus sure does. Town Glaze Asgal. The Asgalis will make sure the economic prosperity of adventuring parties is shared among the populace, instead of going from an old horde to a new one. Yes, that's what I'm most afraid of. But we'll see. There's still time until. Romulus and I have some thinking to do. The rust monster touches his hand with the sprouts. Alright. See you on election day, Axo. Oh yeah. Cleric! Lovely to see you again. To see you, lovely. Anything I can help you with? I'm looking for a hag. Her smile widens. A trigger. She knows something. Most folks still steer clear of such creatures. But you just wade into danger, don't you, Cleric? It has to do with the tea shop. Oh. Yeah. She fidgets and looks around. It takes approximately 3.5 seconds for her to confess. Okay, fine, I might know something, but I also might not, you know? What the fuck does that mean? DC 11 failure. Advantage. Snell is here to vouch for you. Advantage against evil. DC 20. On the other hand, toss 100 crowns into the dipping jar. You know what? We'll get back to this later. I don't think we even need to really talk to the hag anymore, because now we know that whoever is in the tea shop, or did the tea shop shit, is in the pillar. Oh yeah, I should probably also equip that the staff that I got. What does this scroll do anyway? -4 intelligence and -4 constitution. Jesus! You obviously can't use it. Okay, an ancient spell scroll of astral projection. Just holding it makes you feel like you have the power to rip a hole in reality. Does it? You obviously can't use it though. Not without ripping another hole in yourself in the process. Okay, here we go. A piece of bracken born through centuries of the Gate War fighting. This indestructible item has seen the early days of this world, and has now been brought to this modern alien era. Gonna be sad to see my modifiers go for dexterity and strength, but you know what? It is a very nice staff. And I think I still got the dexterity and wisdom modifiers from the bronze shield, so I'm fine. Alright. Save the game and let's talk to the big Sphinx. Well, I feel like Sphinxes have to be big by definition. The Sphinx takes a sip from her barrel of wine. Little one, she says, and looks right through you. You're a very impressive creature, you know that? Attempt to flirt. I need help entering the Pillar of Shore. Now that was not our request I expected today. Might I ask why? Lean forward and whisper. It's got to do with the tea shop. I see. How mysterious. The Sphinx ponders your request while sipping on her wine. This is no small request, cleric. I'm afraid I can't simply share such things with just anyone, despite your confident stride. Perhaps you will prove yourself worthy first, but we will see. You need to solve her big riddle. Of course. Do that first, then ask again. Okay. Okay, now I should definitely save, because I feel like asking her about the riddle is gonna fucking kill me. I don't think this is the right move. I feel like asking for a riddle is just asking for trouble. What's the door behind you? Nothing. But it's clearly something. How perceptive of you, little one. She holds up a paw as if presenting a prize. Behind me lays but one of the divine vault of many. She lowers her head slightly in a tiny bow. I am its protector. It's really not more complicated than that. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Do you give out riddles? Certainly. Are you ready? Just wait. She finishes the last bit of her barrel and puts it down with a slam. Then the Sphinx leans in, hissing. Once I had the sun's favor, my creed cling close to the wall. Matured in shadows, I've witnessed empires rise and fall. Once left in silence, now the life of the ball. She raises her paw and gestures to the open chamber. Yet I remain a draught of remembrance, a history's thrall. What am I? DC 10. Easy. The answer is wine. Specifically grape wine. Clinging to trellises eliminates many other fruits, and grape wine has been made for generations. Though given that this is an entry-level riddle, you imagine simply wine will suffice. A lovely poem about a life's journey. How time changes all. Even the simplest grape. Your companion smirks and gives us a little chuckle. What do you mean DC 18? What do you think, Snell? The Sphinx turns to Snow with a frown. Oh, this seems like a personal riddle for you, not me. So I'm just gonna watch, okay? She nods. Okay, 1d20 plus 9. That means that I need to score 9 or better to pass this. I think I got it. Oh, baby! Your mind settles on a singular possibility for the simple riddle. Matured in shadows. With no doubt in your mind, the answer is, obviously it's wine. Obviously. Once in the sun, matured in shadows. Been around for a long time, life of the ball, a draught. It is clearly, obviously even, wine. Good, now tell the Sphinx. The answer is wine. Wine? She gives you an intense stare. Yeah, wine. Well, Sis picks up a new barrel of wine. She pops the cork open. Wine. Yes. That is very correct, little one. Wonderful job. Another riddle solved. Huzzah! Since you're so amazing, would you be interested in a quest? Yes, 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 yes. She gives you a serious expression. Accepting a divine quest from a Sphinx is no trifling matter, mortal. In fact, few would survive such an ordeal. Quest, though! Indeed. Behind me stands a vault. It opens only to those worthy. She leans her massive head downwards, close enough for you to smell the wine breath. To prove worthy, you must solve my most ancient of riddles. So old, it was handed to me when I first stepped inside this chamber millennia past. Your companion whispers to you, "You're going on an epic Sphinx quest now?" Sure, why not? Not like we're on a job or anything. This is important, Snell. Maybe to you. No, really, it's really important to the job, too. Convince me. Could grant me esoteric knowledge of, like, the tea shop? He sighs. Fair enough. Look, I won't stand in the way. Just don't waste too much time on it, okay? The Sphinx stares at your companion. A hero must face much adversity during his quest. She laughs quietly to herself and takes a swig of wine. Okay, so what exactly is the Sphinx quest? This is a riddle, the answer of which is not uttered in words, but revealed by action, by esoteric might. She goes quiet and closes her eyes. Found within the arcane flame, twin tongues of flame that scorch the air. She takes a breath, revealing a wicked grin. Burrow deep within the earth, a primal string to show your worth. Then she leans in, almost whispering those final words. Folk and God in thronging herds, a man divine, alone, howls his words. That is intensely vague and cryptic. I love riddles, but I'll have to think about this one. The answer is not something you can speak. She uses her massive claw to grab something from her pile of stuff, and tosses it to you. Once you understand this riddle, return here. You can only solve it during daytime, alone. We wouldn't want anyone else accidentally figuring out this riddle, would we? She glances at your goblin companion. The goblin groans. I am not interrupting the job for that. Do it in the morning or something before you pick me up. The Sphinx chuckles. I never sleep, so you can show up any time after sunrise and before the tavern opens. Sounds like this could reveal one hell of a treasure. Okay. So we have a little bit of help. Possibly. Sphinx quest. Which one is... Aha. Okay. So, twin tongues of flame. Actually, if I engage with the well, is that gonna do anything? You can survive the fall, do it. No! Are you stupid? That's a ridiculously bad idea. Okay. However, I am guessing that whatever is involved... Okay, so DC 18 intelligence. That's a pretty tough one, right? That'll take at least... But you can solve it on, like, the first day. However... Hang on. Okay, Undercoast Path. Where does that take me? I'm guessing it probably has something to do with this area down here. I should probably try to get the snail's input on this. That's my best guess. Twin Paths of Flames. I mean... Where are you going, man? Oh, there we go. It's probably this thing, isn't it? Maybe? Path of Twin Flames. Arcane... Bears... I should have written that down, if I'm being fully honest. That's on me for being... for underestimating the riddle. But I have confidence that I will be able to see this through. Maybe. I don't know, is it possible to just stumble my way into the answer? I feel like I could probably do that. Nope. Okay, not here. Maybe. Come on. Cleric! That is what you call yourself, yes? Okay. Not here. Damn it. Okay, so maybe not here specifically, but maybe somewhere down here more generally? I think that's also possible. I can't imagine what a Path of Twin Flame means. I am glad that that Isometra seems to be like a neutral good, though. Okay, seriously, can we not talk to the... I feel like we should be able to talk to that thing, or at least interact with it to some extent. I might just have to look this up eventually. But it's, you know, we're like... Oh. Oh my. Hello, little guy. Are you doing quite alright? The blizzard rages around you. Why is it snowing, Snell? You tell me, you're the expert. The goblin companion holds up an arm to protect his vision. Don't stay in this thing too long, cleric. Cold bites at the cracks in your armor. Little nibbles. He rubs his exposed arms. God damn it, this esoteric bullshit. You notice, amidst the frozen moss and fade air ruins, a thing. The shape is vaguely humanoid. A small creature. A mushroom thing. Can we move it? You grab onto the icy surface of the thing, but you cannot. Not heavy, but stern. Spend some time investigating this esoteric effect despite the cold. May I could poke at it? It does not move. It is solidly frozen and cold to your touch. You kneel down in the snow, taking a look at this central figure. Okay, yeah, sorry, the goblin mutters as he turns to leave. I'll support you in spirit from over here. Damn, it's cold. The pain. You will be drained. Do not linger. Oh yeah? Or cure wounds. Ignore the pain. Just look at the placement of the sphere. +1 DC. Snell isn't helping out. Aww. But -1 DC Meek helps. Okay. I bet I can do this. The sphere is perfectly centered upon this fungal monster. Negative 3DC. It's centered upon the Mushroom Man. Interesting. That's what legendary players do. Of course. It is as obvious as the Praxis formula. This is an esoteric pocket born out of a curse. The creature is cursed. What, a freezing curse? It could very well have been a simple cold spell that reacted with the primal strings of the area. Either way, yes, a freezing curse. Well, why is it a biome pocket then? Esoteric pockets are created through chaotic interactions. Wizards have attempted to control them for eras, wield them. If you figure out why this particular interaction spawned a biome pocket and not a one-rule pocket or a spawn pocket, then you will be a greater arcanist than all those who came before. How do I break it? Heat. Oh. Yes, it's quite simple. The pocket is clearly unstable and focuses entirely on this mushroom creature. Simply heat it up a bit and the pocket will fail. That simple? Yes. You will hurt yourself real good if you do that. But hey, you do you. Just don't complain if you wake up with a cold tomorrow. The chill. It burns already. Can I use thaumaturgy? Cold and dark, be gone from thee! Your voice trembles the very earth. Then you sense a warming glow amidst the cold. Bit by bit, the mushroom shivers, then twitches, then moves. Attaboy. An esoteric tingle. You blink, and it's gone. The heat you brought to it causes the esoteric world cold to cease. The blizzard suddenly stops, in the blink of an eye, as if the aggressive snowstorm was but an illusion. There it is, the end of the pocket. Oh damn! Great job! You hear the goblin call out as he walks up to you. Oh shit, it's a mushroom! Moving mushroom. He then moves back. Way back. Brrr. You okay, little buddy? Brrr. The mushroom man raises his head. You see a tiny mouth beneath the cap. Oh! It shakes again as he says, brrr. I'm from the local government. I have some questions for you. We noticed you were in trouble, Snell says, while keeping a healthy distance. The goblin does not want to approach. The fungal folk thing stares at you. I should cast Comprehend Languages, right? Yes. But just see what the creature does first, in case it runs off. Are you able to speak normally? Brrr. Oh, you are. Brrr. Moving on. The mushroom man looks around the still frozen grass until he finds a snow-covered bulb. He lifts it up, shaking it clean. As he does, he lights up. Brrr. He gives you the tiny item. Ion Stone Insight. It is heavy in your hand despite its small size. Oh. Oh my. An Ion Stone. How? Ah. It was in the grass. Oh shit. Oh shit. This is a very powerful magical item. Brrr. Yes. The Ion Stone was responsible for this prolonged esoteric pocket, though something else must have initialized it. Just nod and accept. Brrr. The little mushroom man then waddles past you, walking away from the still frosty area. Alright, bye! He seems to walk around the corner into the nearby ruins. Okay, cool, yeah. See you around. Well, that was quite weird. I should also probably... Okay, Ion Stone. Tell me about that. +3 wisdom. God damn. A legendary magic item probably produced during the Arcane era. It has got the old markings of old Diminoran craft. It floats around your head while you walk around. Wait, really? Oh, sure. Oh, it sure does, huh? That's weird. Probably shouldn't try to wear it around the town, just because I feel like that would be the equivalent of, like, loudly advertising that you're wearing a smartwatch in, like... You know how, like, sometimes people are walking around with, like, very expensive things, and you're like, oh, man, somebody would definitely want to try and steal that. Alright. Incense. I need spell slots. Oh, wait, can I just, like... Huh. Wait, when did I get that slot? Since... Have I had that this whole time? +1 strength advantage against Earth folk. Can I just, like... Yeah, I guess I could, huh? That's a little weird. Advantage against aberration. +1 to charisma, -1 wisdom, +1 constitution, +1 charisma. I don't know, what should I put here? Oh, +2 dexterity. That's gonna be... That'll help a lot, I feel. Or wait, didn't I have like really nice gloves? +2 to constitution, -1 dexterity, advantage against dwarves. I had like some evil gloves or some shit somewhere around here. There they are. +3 strength. Yeah, there we go. Now all of my weaknesses have been pretty much shored up. I do look mega evil with like my mimic cloak and also the gloves that look kind of evil as well. Oh, there you are, little guy. The orange man greets him with a slight tilt of his large cap. It rattles a quiet noise from its mouth, while Snell keeps his distance. Brr, 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 brr. He thank you for defeating the troll. Okay, here we go. The twitching and rattling coming out of his mouth gradually morphs into something else, more tangible. A word. The Mushroom Man will share with you something profound. Something to unite your two cultures into one whole unified people. A message of peace. Sup? Hello there. I saw. Spell! You are good at strangular manipulation. The words are slightly garbled through the magic. You must get better at this. I am Kokoloromo My name is Jugamo Chorosuke Chonosuke. Can you repeat that? You are unsure if this is a spell or simply a fungal thing. He shakes his head. You may call me Burr. That is what meatwalkers like yourself say. Although you would be a little different from... It would be a little bit different from me calling you Chushu, for that is what your speech sounds like to me. Oh, okay, so he calls himself... He says Burr because that's what like he hears everybody say, because of the cold spell. And then... Chushu is probably them sneezing. But it is convenient. We do not parley with you often, so a name based on sound will do. I think I got the spell working now. Perhaps. Sorry, I ramble. I wanted to thank you for saving me from the curse of Gurgalash. I owe you my life! Yes, you do. Feel proud. No problem. I will gladly assist you in any way. You live down here? No, or perhaps yes for now. My quest has brought me far, but I will eventually return to the Fungal Valley. But I do not wish to permanently live here in Upper Hollow Ridge. It is a landscape filled with far too many horrors for my taste. You have family down in Fungal Valley? My core crevice is not large. They are 13 and 20. Crevice? I have 13 offsprings and 20 comrades of my strain. Fungal folk generally reproduce asexually. Stability. We live in large collectives, or families as you say. That's a lot of kids and siblings. I believe my kind have different ways of life than your own. I have heard you live in smaller collections and raise children very slowly. That sounds annoying, but also wonderful in some ways. I don't envy you, but I respect your way of life. What a progressive little mushroom. Do you have a god? No! We had an avatar of a higher being at one point, an evil fungoid. Toromoro Poroso. The sweeping decay, the dictatorial hive mind. We do not believe in the whims of gods anymore. Now we look to our own and in ourselves and strive to reach towards harmony. That's beautiful. Have you traveled a lot? Some. I have been to some islands on the Undercoast. I have been to the first surface a few times, although I was not a fan. Interesting. Let me ask you something else. Do you know Nasan? Yes, I know her well. We worked together at a time down on the Undercoast. She is a lovely woman and a great druid. I owe her a lot. Tell me about Gurgalash. Gurgalash, the Aska King. A horrid word. A curse word. He is a bane upon the shadowy depths, the murky fungal valley that is my home. A beast with no love or care for violence or primal love. So he's a bad guy? He's the worst! For decades he has roamed the great tunnels and split, taking what he wants. As all trolls do. Yeah, he sure was awful. Yes, and thank you very much for dealing with him. I owe you, my kind owes you, the fungi owes you. He bows his cap deeply. Your name will be written on the walls of the valley itself. I don't need that. Just write something like a local government employee. Just make it out as the cleric. Well, do. The cleric is etched onto your very soul. Gained 90 experience points. The folk of the valley will remember such bravery. That's all for now. Okay, so I'm guessing if I had dealt with the mushroom earlier, that probably could have been helpful for dealing with Gurgalash past a certain point. You approach the entrance one more time. Okay. This time you know the safe path. A dungeon is only as dangerous as its lost navigator. Actually true. Like, you won't have any trouble doing this repeatedly. You are emerging at the top of the cliff. You've made it through the labyrinth. That was easy. I wonder what the trigger flags are for the Sphinx quest. Like I said, I think I was probably supposed to get through it much earlier. Paw prints. Also wondering where this door leads. Also, even though I know I'm probably not going to get it, I'm going to try and snag that code again. Like, I'm sorry, it's just really bugging me. Yeah, no, I'm never going to see that code ever again. Path of the Twin Flames, Path of the Twin Flames. I think I know much in terms of Path of the Twin Flames. Okay, this was... Yeah, no, this is not it. Oh yeah, we should probably tell, the bugbear the good news that we punched the guy who tried to mind control her in the face. I'm sure she'd come to appreciate that. She seems to be the type who would respect uncasual violence towards those who have wronged her. Oh, she's not here. Well, it is 3 in the morning. She seems like the kind of person who would be able to get up at 6 a.m. every day without issue. Trying to think of what the Path of the Twin Flame could mean. Like, I don't think that has a lot of options, but I do think it has some room for interpretation. What did I just do? Arcane Rejuven... Oh! Thaumaturgy, huh? Embedded upon this altar, you see a circular stone slab. Whoever has worked with this survey site in the past has attempted to place it in its natural position. Okay, copper calendar, but far older. Alright, Lightning Boy, chill out for a second. Okay. Yeah, no, we're not getting anything else done today. But then, the problem is that if I don't solve the riddle tonight, that is going to create some issues going forward, it feels like. Oh, you know who I could maybe ask? I could try to ask either Viskin or the mad sorcerer evil guy. The necromancer, I mean. That's that I was trying to like grasp in my mind for the word for necromancer. Hey, you up? Cleric! Hey, could you help me enter the Pillar of Shore? Nah. Interplanar travel is overrated. Go ask Viskin, that bastard keeps poking at George's relics. He's into that shit. Suspicious, but okay. Where did this lead again? Bard type. Never mind. Really bummed that I still don't have a situation where I could have casted Knock. Feel like that's pretty useful. Suppose I asked to travel to Tolstad. Okay. Can I just enter it? Standing here at the pillar, you realize your goal is close. The quest is near finished, but you do not have a method to enter this esoteric relic. Just yet. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Maybe just before bed I can ask Viskin about all this. Not here? Huh. I figured for sure that guy would be into not... I figured that guy was like Dracula and he just never slept. He might be like Dracula. We don't know. We've never actually seen him outside of his office, so he might very well be rocking it like Dracula, for all we know. Okay, actually, wait. How much money do I have? 178 crowns. You know what? No, not yet. Okay. Can you tell me the riddle again? She chuckles. As many times as you want. Found within the arcane flame, the twin... Okay. First of all, arcane flame. I feel like that's the most important keyword here. Where is my sticky notes? Oh, here's one. Okay. Primal strength, show your worth. Okay. Found within arcane. Or I could just take a screenshot, but that's such a pain in the ass to set up. Okay. Twin tongues of... Okay. Okay, not arcane flame, arcane flare. That has slightly different meanings. Twin tongues of flame that scorched the air. Burrowed deep within the earth. Primal strength to show your worth. Folks and gods thronging in herds. A man divine alone houses words. Okay, I have no idea how to interpret that. However, I could ask... You know what? I'll think about this tomorrow. I think it's just very important to just go to bed at this point. 3 a.m. Nothing good happens to you at 3 a.m. Anything funny happening around here, or am I... No. Nothing funny. Or interesting, for that matter. Interesting things aren't always funny, but sometimes funny things are interesting. But Arcane Flare... Oh. Hey. You feel fear. Terveidis imninen. Elvish. An esoteric aura. Elven magic. Identify yourself? Kilatietsti. He does not appear to view you as any form of opposition, and yet he is blocking your path. You suppose it could just be a de-escalation attempt? Your companion takes a quick glance around the perimeter and hisses his tactical assessment to you. I don't see anyone else, just him? Relax, Peiko. I am Cooler Volamalainen, Warden of Outreach. You are the cleric to whom I owe an apology. Not again. You are the cleric to whom I owe an apology. Why? He holds his chin up high. His cheeks are covered in swirling patterns. You see the Eso markings upon his skin, symbols of his empire in the forest. It appears some of Elim's issues have spread into your fine city. You have been stuck dealing with these issues for quite some time. Your companion gives you a confused glance. On behalf of the Mender, I sincerely express our regret. We had a Capinalinen Elementi, a renegade among our ranks. A certain member of the court whom... I'm sorry, I can't... I'm sorry, I can never seem to get that right. Is it who ended up betraying us, or whom ended up betraying us? Who is a subject. Whom is an object. It isn't hard. It's who. Good, thank you, who betrayed us. Her name was Pinja Athena. She surprised us all. I apologize on her behalf for causing this trouble. You didn't only come here to apologize, did you? Oh man, they are definitely going to try and disappear me to Elf Guantanamo. Are you some type of ambassador for Elim? He gives you a smile. Elim does not deploy ambassadors in foreign lands. It is beneath her legacy. As an outreach warden, I perform diplomacy. Functionally the same, then. Haughtiness for the sake of haughtiness. How could that not annoy you? The elves are too proud for their own good. The tendrils of Elim reach far and wide. So why talk to me here like this? I rushed here as soon as word reached me. An Elim elf does not typically show up dead in a Norvikian tea shop after all. And I must leave soon, so do not assume to find me here in the future. So you're saying Pinja blew up the tea shop? Or okay, you didn't only come here to apologize, did you? No. Primarily, I came all this way to give you a warning. To give your city a warning. What kind of warning? Pinja Athena was the head of an organization with one goal. Destabilizing Norvik and its populace. What, the elf woman? If she was in such a position of power, why did she blow up? It is a shadowy organization, so I don't know much, except that she was planning on extacting a horrendous esoteric attack on election day. What? All of it could bring ruin to this wonderful city. Could you imagine if she had succeeded? How many lives would have been lost? Terrible. Just terrible. This guy is bullshitting. He's claiming the explosion was not meant for the tea shop. It was meant for the secret tunnel underneath the temple, where the election is held on Tolstad. I'm assuming the explosion occurred earlier than she anticipated. To our fortune. To all our fortunes. He is lying through his sharp teeth. Logically, this warden is most likely trying to cover up his own involvement here. Do not believe a word this filthy elf spits at you. And she was the only casualty in the end. He shrugs as though it's obvious. The simplest answer is always the likeliest. Most times, yes, but not on heroic quests. The elf swings his cloak around facing the river. Now, I'm afraid I don't have much time. Absurd. He came all the way here to tell you he doesn't have much time. He's just done what he came to do. He's established the party line and covered his tracks. He glances out over the river. Whatever. He bows his head. Then he whispers a few lines of Elvish to himself while maintaining eye contact with you. As he finishes his incantation, he clears his throat and throws up a hand before his face. May Earth keep watch upon thee. In an instant, the elf vanishes. Snell takes a deep breath. Once that corpse showed up, I knew we'd be dealing with some mysterious Elvish political intrigue bullshit. Let's just finish this. The goblin looks out over the moonlit river and grumbles to himself. Strange that the Empire wanted to provide you specifically with an apology. This warden appears to want to distance himself from the situation. Logically, that means he's more guilty than he lets on. But why would he have shown up at all if that were his goal? You didn't even know he existed. He must have been doing something else in Tolstad, but what? Like I give a fuck. I'm off to bed. Good night, Snell. And you're going to bed. I'ma head out then. Good night. That is really funny that I didn't even really... I guess he was waiting for him to dismiss him? As you fall into the softness of the dead roll in this dark tower, you feel tired. The kind of tired sleep won't fix. And poor, poor drummer, trying to ship himself off into the unknown. Yeah, without his passport. Lucky for you. Good luck to him. Smart of you to keep him around. You'll probably get a chance to talk with him again before the election. And then there's the hag. Someone holding a meeting in the tea shop, right before the explosion. Very suspicious. You really worked your ass off for the revolution. Then you even managed to help out Vera against that ambassador. Help is a strong word for what I did. I think I just made the situation not as bad. A true freestrider is what you are, working so hard for the revolution. You know well, a bright future awaits in this new Norvik. Finally, your star witness, Meriadoc Moonwatch. He told you about the sighting of this invisible smoking man. Someone who has managed to enter the Pillar of Shore. You know you must follow. It is time to finish the job. Will you be able to complete this quest of yours? That is where you will find your answers. Answers within strings. It's time to get up, cleric. We got shit to do. Day 4. 2 days remaining. 2 days till the election. You must finish this. Oh, I probably shouldn't touch that. Hiya, Tyr. Good day, cleric. Her voice is cold and emotionless. Don't bother with frivolities. Okay, yeah. Oh, DC2 asked her about Earth. She likes bold men? You defeated a skeleton, that makes you a man. Defeated the roper, defeated the troll. Okay. I mean, I don't really care about that, though. Okay, so maybe... Okay, a couple of things to be done. First of all, maybe we do need to get a handle on this hag. I think that's probably going to be one step forward. Found within an arcane flare, twin tongues of flame scorch. There, burrowed deep within earth, a primal strength to show your worth. Folk and goods thronging in herds, a man divine alone holds his worth. God, I wish I wasn't so bad at riddles. But it sounds like this is probably a pretty tricky one, so I'm not going to let it get me down too much. Yeah, it's a shame I haven't run into that musician again. Actually, you know what? Snell's not here to judge my actions right now. I could very well just try and scramble up the tree. DC 13. Not... Okay, so DC 13, I could probably stand to max out some more of my dexterity items. Okay, so that's wisdom. Okay. Sword helps with dexterity. Dagger helps a lot with dexterity. Nope, nope, nope. Yes. Nope. Maybe? I don't know. 3 dexterity to 1 dexterity isn't really that big of a trade-off. Ooh, 2 dexterity, though. Actually, wait, could we talk to the little ant? Yo! I'll stick around for a bit longer if that's alright. Got some ideas of what to do next, but first I want to check out that election you got going on. Everyone seems to be very excited for it. I share in this excitement. Okay, you think about that, little buddy. Okay, my yucky cloak. This decreases dexterity, which is not what we want. Why do we have a spectral halberd? Oh, this will probably be a big help. Oh, and this one will also help, I think. Can't believe I never figured out where that last rat was. I do have a 21 dexterity now, though, so I think I should be pretty good with this. Climb that tree. I need at least an 8. Oh, baby! Wrapping your body around the trunk, you lift yourself up. The bark is rough enough for you to get a pretty firm grip, despite the vertical nature of this feat you're attempting. One foot and hand movement after another, each holding on to dear life. You take a deep breath and reach up, finally getting a hold of one of the upper branches. You've done it. Heaving yourself the last way got you a view you did not expect. A bird's nest, unguarded and full of shiny trinkets. Give me the ring. Give me the coins. And give me the polished stone. The bleached white and polished rock doesn't look too valuable until it's in your palm. It's magic, baby. Alright. That ring, what did it do? Ring of Protection. An iron band covered in strange symbols. Touching it sends a tingle down your spine. It protects you somehow. Dampens high damage. Interesting. Okay, let's go back to our previous loadout. Honestly, this is fine. I do think I should probably put on Meek back put Meek back on. Oh yeah. Okay, then helmets. We'll go back to our usual one. I don't think there's any helmet that doesn't have a trade-off. Yeah. And then there's the weaponry. Back to the staff we go. Right. We should probably talk to Viskin about some of this. Hello, Viskin. You wet, pale old so-and-so. I need... Wait, where's the dead elf? Gone, I'm afraid. A door hug. Embarrassing, but unfortunately there is not much to be done. A technique often used by magical thieves. Involves casting Dimension Door, a spell that teleports yourself and another target in any direction, quite far. Many heists have been pulled off this way, especially back in the Arcane era. Someone wanted that corpse, and they had the resources to acquire it. Oh boy, they pulled an old trick. If they have access to 4th level spells, then this is no mere trifle. They pulled a door hug on you? Like I said, embarrassing. I should have set up more defenses, but if they could deploy an agent with Dimension Door, they could surely cause even more trouble. So perhaps this was for the best. Okay, the elves definitely are doing a cover-up. And we have at least a few people who do know that there was a dead elf, so I'm not too worried about it. Why did this happen? They wanted the corpse, clearly. Elves are strange creatures. Who knows what strange activities they perform with their dead? They're removing evidence, clearly. This is bad. The liem's roots reach far, cleric. You see an uncharacteristically wide smile spread across his pale face. Things are getting interesting. Fucking hell, this guy's creepy. I need help entering the Gate of Jor. I'm sure you do. You're not surprised? He takes a deep and eerily long breath. Little surprises me these days. He cuffs once. Why not? You know how to get in? I do. This is no major secret, however the method is quite difficult. To enter the Pillar of Jor, through the crack left in the gate, you will need astral projection. What, the 9th level spell? Indeed. You would need a spell scroll. That is the only reasonable manner to solve this. Okay, how about a spell scroll? He nods. Precisely, cleric. A spell scroll of astral projection. An extremely powerful item, no doubt. However, it would not be strange for one to be found in the halls beneath us. Of course, despite your natural acumen for string manipulation, you do not possess the ability to cast 9th level spell scrolls reliably. If you acquire one, bring the scroll to me. I will cast it for you. You can do that? I can reliably cast 9th level spell scrolls, yes. Admittedly, it's no small feat, but it will not be conflated with the power to freely wield 9th level magic. Doing so is unheard of since the Coast War. Well, good news. Excuse me. I got one. Here. He grabs the scroll with deliberate movements and reverence. Wonderful. You are full of surprises, cleric. The pale man opens it, taking a few glances over the ancient text. A scroll of Tulin Kal. This will do fine. He puts it away and gives you a slight smile. There is an illusory wall in here, over by my book collection, he says, and gestures towards the shelves on the western wall. Of course, you already know that, but I hope its contents have proved, and will continue to prove, useful. Oh, thanks. You're welcome. When you are ready, call for me at the pillar. I will cast it on you and any party members you wish to bring to the darkness. Thank you very much for the help. You are welcome. Wait, illusory... Really? Illusory wall? Maybe it's on... Oh, maybe it's somewhere here? Or maybe I need to use, like, detect secrets or something. Dream Patch and Revivify. What's this do? Third level. What is this? Yeah, but what's it do? You touch a creature that has died within the last minute. That creature returns to life with 1 hit point. Huh. A note on the spell says in case of emergency. Yeah, no, I better go prepare that, like, pronto. I get the feeling that shit could get dicey. Okay. That hasn't gotten us any closer to figuring out the whole deal with the pillars, though. Oh, hey, it's you! You hear a tune dance on the old Ascani winds. Melancholy. A bitter reminder of a dream long lost. You see on the edge a goblin. She has a flower crown on top of her ruffled dark hair and is playing an exotic instrument. For a goblin to produce such a melody. Let's listen for a bit. Okay. I remember this song. She stops playing and gives you an irked look. You again. When do you play? Oh, you want to come listen? Not quickly. How fun! I'll play at the Drunk Sphinx tonight. If it goes well, I might put one or two more shows before the election. You can show up if you want. Please tip me if you do. About your flower crown. Yeah? I've spoken with Lady Sageleaf. Wait, actually? Oh, God, I wasn't actually... What did she say? She has extended your rent payment. She gives you a suspicious glance. She did? Yeah. But what, she just did it for what? Just out of the kindness of her cold heart? Just like that? She made me dance. She what? She told me to dance for it. And you did? Uh-huh. Her expression gets stuck somewhere between shock and laughter, unable to get a single word out. A cackle escapes her. She laughs for a long time, sometimes stopping to look at you with tears in her eyes. Eventually, she takes a breath and mutters, "Good gods, what has the world come to?" Thank you very much for dancing, cleric. It's very much appreciated. The goblin hands over the finely interwoven flowers. This will suit your style perfectly. That's all for now. Bye. I like that quest a lot. What does this do, though? +1 wisdom, advantage against plant-based individual. That's a fun little thing. Okay, let me think. Yeah, no, I have no idea how to approach even beginning to solve that whole arcane thing. I mean, we could just help Viskin out. Like, it wasn't really that much of a problem to get his help. I don't want to think about owing Viskin, like, at all. But maybe it won't be the worst. Oh, that's a big crab. Lobster, whatever. Okay. Is Sageleaf around? Tending to the garden bee... Oh, right, that's not Sageleaf, that's Nassan. I get these names mixed up sometimes. Oh, it's that guy. Now, I guess we should probably try to at least report in it first. Morning, cleric. The goblin rubs his eyes. Ready to head out? Usually head out about this time, so yeah, I'm ready. Alright, maybe we should talk to Lady Sageleaf. Maybe she'll know something about the hag. Cleric, you've returned. I'm here to report on some things. I had a chat with a very mysterious elf. She lifts her head up and glares at you. The Warden. Yeah, that one. How'd you know? I've already heard from Viskin that they took the corpse. I did not expect them to move so quickly. He told me that Pinja, the dead elf, was trying to do something horrible. I didn't really believe him. What exactly? That she was planning an esoteric attack on election day to blow up the Temple of Earth. She laughs, flinging her head back. Do not trust a word that bastard is spewing. He's either trying to save himself or protect someone else, putting her in as some kind of scapegoat. The Ilim are dangerous. While I do not know their exact involvement with this incident, they are all dirty. I swear, if Warden Kullervo pulls up to personally explain how he's innocent, then he's got his filthy hands all over this. Elves. There's no doubt in my mind. Find out who Kullervo was working with. Considering the Ilim, they were probably trying to interfere with the election themselves. Now, who would work with elves? A good question. Look into it. Yes, Lady Sageleaf, we will. You're never gonna guess who Frank's son of Frank turned out to be. She raises an eyebrow. Speak. He was Meriadoc Moonwatch. Snell shakes his head. Out of all people. Huh. What a bastard. To be a key witness and then just leave. Typical Silver Spoon free strider. Did he have anything good to say? Yeah. He saw a smoking invisible guy right after the explosion down in the crossing. He did? Then that's it. That's our suspect. He also said the smoking guy walked into the Pillar of Jor. He what? She groans. That damn free strider. He's probably high. High on his own damn fumes or something. My lady, it might be very, very true. I believe the culprit had escaped through a crack in the gate. She squints and sits silent for a few seconds. A gate of Jor. This is an insane claim, cleric. She gives a hard stare at Snell. If this is true, then... Okay, why... Okay, I've had like 3 automod strikes today. What is happening tonight? If this is true, then it must be investigated. Speak with Viskin, if you have not. And be vigilant. This is highly esoterical. Good thing we got a cleric on our side. We'll look into it, and bring justice to whoever is responsible. The lady takes a deep breath. I will think about this. And good luck. Keep at it. Okay. Also, we should probably go talk to the bugbear. I keep forgetting her name. I'll figure it out someday. Not this way. Right, we have to go through Viskin's place. Yeah, might as well go. Just passing through here, entering through this one. And Bob's your uncle. I can't wait for the summertime to hit. It's going to be nice having a little bit of Pacific Coast breeze. Okay, I say Pacific Coast. I'm not on the Pacific Coast. But you know, I feel like Pacific Coast rolls off the tongue much better than Atlantic Coast. I don't know, maybe it's like the sibilance of the P? Potentially? I'm not sure. Digging through the trash again. Some idiot threw away 25 bucks. Can you believe this, Snell? Dude, why do you have to keep sticking your hand into actual, literal garbage? Listen, my forces work in mysterious ways. Alright. I think we're just about ready to try Viskin's way. Oh yeah. Didn't he tell us to wait outside the pillar? Let's just do that. Unless he really is a vampire and he can't stand to walk in sunlight. I feel like somebody would have figured out that he was a vampire by now, though. He could have just silenced them, but I would not be so certain. I don't know, I feel like it really must be kind of a pain in the ass to be a vampire. Let's see... I think this is the place where he asked us to stand. The Pillar of Jor towers before you. Okay. If you do this, there is no going back. The gate might never allow you to return. Make sure you have finished all your other quests. But don't worry too much about loose ends, unless you're gonna act all quest-obsessed. And check up on your consumables and so on. Don't want to run out in the beyond. Are you ready? Your soul is ready. This is the point of no return. You will be given a free long rest once you choose a method of entering the pillar. You will need it for the journey to come. With those thoughts out of the way, how exactly do you wish to enter the pillar? If you call on Viskin, he won't cast a spell right away. He will need time to prepare. Alright. Let's call the wizard. It is time, then. Viskin? Snell? So how do you do this? The pale man takes out the spell scroll. Give me a moment. It will take time for me to initiate the casting. Magic such as this will need to be handled carefully, especially in these times. Good luck. Thank you. I will need it. The strings are weak, cleric. Too weak for such a spell normally. But I shall make it work. Give me some time. Last chance? Okay. You ready to head out into the beyond, Meek? Sorry, where? We're entering a crack in the Gate of Jor, my guy. Meek has clearly not been paying attention to current events. Is this danger for Meek? Potentially. That is scary. But okay, Meek will guide Cleric past any trap. There is trap in beyond, right? Potentially. Yeah, great, Meek will help. God, I need to sit down. The goblin hunches down and closes his eyes, taking deep breaths. This seems really dangerous even for me. Yes, it might be your end. However, is it not more important to make sure this does not happen again? It is a foolish thing to throw oneself into the abyss. Yet in this particular case, it appears to be the only option you are left with, if you wish to continue this journey. Sure you want to come with, Snell? He says nothing for a while. The goblin just looks up at the pillar. Yeah. I don't know, it might seem crazy, but from everything I've seen so far, if I just leave this be, if we don't pursue this guy, something terrible will happen. I can't be alone in thinking that. Give him a thumbs up. We can do this. I'm ready. You close your eyes. You feel the pillar, rising up above the clouds and beneath the earth, piercing the veil of something beyond. You are ready. Snell takes a deep breath. The pale man lifts up the scroll of astral projection. A faint blue line is drawn between it and the closest surface of the pillar. It is ready, cleric. Then let's go. Let us. He begins to mumble the words. In lucem vitae proferiter nostrum ad ulteriora et vasta. Bring into the light of your life our path to the beyond and wide. Viskin closes the scroll. Good luck. Gulp. Let's do this thing! Snell? Buddy, where'd you go? Oh shit! You soar, the air careening, deafening and silent, profound and debauch. It does not stop. Try to scream, but a force too loud. Do anything, and you join in further, in the direction of out. Treble, drilling, catching, burning, all senses alert, no chime to guide. A scarf grips you. A goblin clings to life. You are on a path, carefully closing, quickly cutting, violently pressing. There is a calming pressure rising. Huh? Your earthly organs compromising. Ugh. Each orb and lobe so gently breathing. Your mind is dying. An interconnected disbelieving. See it just beyond. Just like a bell begun to ring. This path of yours is just a string until one. Until one. Until one. Did we die? Like, did we shoot die? I feel like that could happen. Oh, that was a really cool effect. Endless. You are whole, but shaken. What did Master do? This is... Your scarf crawls back into itself and does not say more. You must begin. Seek what you are meant to find. There's nothing around. Look below. Water? No. It is an esoteric substance. Phlogiston. Isn't that what people say is like what made stuff explode? The substance found naturally in the beyond. Due to the nature of existence, it is difficult to investigate. However, scarce arcanist records suggest it is a type of chemical glue holding realms together, or acting as a bridge between those realms. Ah, okay, so it's like the brain fluid of reality. Good to know. Now then, where the hell am I? Starting to think that maybe... foolishly... Snell! Snell, buddy! Oh, it's 2:27 a.m.? Okay, I feel like I can't progress further over here. Shit. Shit, shit, shit. This was a terrible idea. Just you and the void. There's no getting around it this time. This sucks. Wait, there's some stuff here. This could be huge. Fear. Deep. Unnerving. Your stomach churns with primal dread. The beyond stares back into you. You feel everything and nothing. A sliver of light bounds upon the esoteric surface. Follow it. Fascinating. Terrifying. Unprecedented. Your genius brought you here. This place of deep mysticism. And you will conquer it. This is the end. You are not strong enough for this. Oh, huh? Hey. Oi. No. Not again. Strength failure. That's not good. You are a disappointment. Ah, surely it's not that bad. beautiful. Blinded by the strange lights above, your eyes adjust. You peer onwards. In the darkness, you see a pillar of light. Something beckons you forth. Man, I hope Snell's okay. DC Wisdom success. All is not lost. Okay, tranquility. Oh shit, I should have contemplated the Sphinx's riddle. An ancient creature who guards the door to nothing. She does this for fun. You are not the first to complete it. If you do, it will unveil something great. But the answer is not in dialogue. You'll have to cast magic to show your prowess. Fuck, I was supposed to use thaumaturgy somewhere. Let's prepare our spells real quick. Revivify feels like it'd be good. Speak with Dead is always helpful. But maybe not helpful here. Speak with Plants is probably... also not... Maybe Crusader's Mantle for now. I can always switch back later. Gotta have Grease. Detect secrets. Cure wounds. Comprehend languages. Bless. Oh, I can have more. Why do I always have room for a charm person somehow? Oh. Hey, man. Nice house, I guess? The Cobbler. 16, that's pretty good. Human, Earthfolk, level 20 cleric. A cobbler. There is sadness in his voice. The type born from years of watching your children go astray. You do not believe what he is showing you. Yet you do not even wish to even entertain the thought of dismissing the image of his kind smile. Okay, that's pretty cool, I guess, but where's my guy Snell? Lord Gorm, hero of Norvik. I don't know a thing. Hey, is that a shard of yore? Sure is. To the beginning. Is this all just a memory? Why 27? Why not quite apples? The idea of apples. Shit, I could probably start a pretty successful fruit strand after this. This place is so weird. Why apples? Why is it always apples? Maybe there's something further up here? Greetings, brother. Greetings. He bows before you. Wait, Lord Gorm? My name is Gorm Skaldaman, loyal servant of Earth. I need your help. You see the writhing corruption upon his arm. It causes him to shake, touched by the void. So that's how it is. You need my help? I do. The paladin performs a perfectly executed fist-on-chest salute. As he does, you notice a long sword sheathed at his hip. Such a legendary blade. It would serve as an excellent symbol for your rule. He does not see you as a threat. The state has fallen, brother, he says and lets out a crackling cough. In my grief and anger, I have made some egregious choices. Well, let the man talk. He clearly seems to have a lot on his mind. The broken man lifts his helm, revealing a rugged face covered in layers of sweat and ash. You had more aura with the helmet. Anybody ever tell you that? Gods, he says, presenting his not as ruined hand against his brow. It should have never come to this. Sorrow in his eyes, meeting your gaze. How many years have you served? 5, at the towers. Then you know well the particulars of Earthguard politics. Aksam was struck by a Feeble Mind spell over 3 years ago. Feeble Mind, an 8th level enchantment spell. It deals a destructive psychic blow to the target's mind, leaving them in a demented state. In good cases, it can be reversed with a greater restoration spell. In bad cases, only a wish spell can do anything to bring back the target from the abyss. Huh? He is hidden away in the palace manor. For all this time. What, the Lord Patriarch? Yes. The city is now a headless chicken, run by our cabal of magistrates. On a cursed evening 3 years ago, the leader of Norbik was as good as assassinated. They decided to keep it a secret. Their reasoning was simple. It was for the security of the city. Without Earth, we have no protocol on the transfer of power. None revealed to the public, at least. Have you seen Lord Akasam? I have. I was one of the few to be granted an audience about a year ago. Our Lord Patriarch is lost in his own mind. No restorative magic takes. None we are able to muster, at least. It is at times like these you imagine the small folk cry out for the power of the Arcanists. Without this mess. Who knows about this? Few. The magistrates, some of the patriarchs. All of them sworn party officials. Including me, despite my lower status as a paladin. It's a tightly guarded secret. They are sworn. How terrible. And none of them have told people? They cannot. Nor can I. Are you absolutely sure he isn't just old? That's what most people think. That reasoning is why no one questioned his absence. However, Akasam was a shrewd man, and a hale one at that. He would eventually be taken by age, of course, but not like this. This was sudden and total in eclipsing his mind. Foul magic at work. Why? They said it was considered dangerous for him to falter after serving for so long. Better to hold on to a puppet until the election. Or that is what they decided. I was not in that particular smoky room. Who cast it? Enemies of the state. They broke into his manor at night, then they got away. The magistrates pointed to cultists. I went looking. I was unable to find any proof of such activities. And you're telling me this why? Why are you here, brother? I believe those two questions have the same answer. Okay. Transfer of power not being revealed. Elucidate on that. It was kept hidden. What was? Earth's legacy. His instructions. The magistrates and the Lord Patriarch were provided with guidelines for the eventual death of Akasam. I'd appreciate if you told me about that. How did you see these guidelines? Found them in Akasam's chamber when I was allowed to visit him. It was as if the old man was guiding me to them, even in his enfeebled state. Or someone else was. He grabs his corrupted arm to stop the twitching. Then he speaks in a regal tone. Upon the death, or at the behest of his lordship Akasam, a provisional government will be declared. He closes his eyes, reciting the words as if they were scratched on the back of his eyelids. This government shall have 2 years to oversee an electoral process, at the end of which a permanent government chosen by the people shall be enacted. This provisional government shall be headed by 2 individuals with shared power and responsibility to provide full suffrage to all citizens of Norbik. The first individual shall be elected by all active clerical patriarchs within 7 days. The second individual shall be elected by all active guild union leaders within 7 days. He opens his eyes. 1 cleric, 1 Ascalist. Earth's legacy. If either of the provisional electoral processes fail, the individual will be chosen via random lottery at the end of those 7 days. Random lottery? Is this a jest? He coughs. The instructions included more details, of course, but this is what Earth wanted from us. Brother, this is what Akasam wanted. He was going to step down and retire, to enact his final will to our glorious God. So that is why they feeble-minded him. They could not let Earth's will pass. They could not let go of power. That's one hell of an accusation. Yes, brother. A charge most serious. Know this. I read Earth's Legacy, his last will, over a year ago. Akasam was targeted 3 years ago, right as the election began taking shape. Think about it. If a cleric and an Ascalist were to be put in charge of the whole electoral process, who would lose? Who would possibly want to avoid such a scenario? He gives you a very tired look. I have worked tirelessly to find the truth in this. I used my privileged access to archives, party meetings, documents spanning districts, the ability to investigate all magistrates without alerting anyone to my intent. It turns out the answer was not so hidden. All magistrates have deals with the Ascany Reeds Trading Company. In total, approximately 85.5 million crowns in the form of public works investments, guild expansions, targeted tariffs, consultancy fees, the illegal sales of Norvikian property, exclusive land licensing bids, key positions within the district bureaucracies, and sometimes even just gifts. This is horrifying. You got the receipts? Some. Barely anything. Anything damning is kept under wraps. Everything else looks innocent on the surface. This is horrifying. Agree with him. Those monsters! Agree with him a lot. That they are, brother. Eyes flick to his arm, his face contorting into a painful wince. Do you want me to, hit you with a healing spell or something? I'm very good at those. I know well why you are here. I am responsible for the explosion. The elf, she... Oh, the statesman. Gorm lifts his head. Regret. He places his hand upon the pommel of his sword. You killed her. Arguably, yes. Arguably? I should explain. The party of Norbik has been entirely corrupted by crowns and foreign interests. Our city sliced up and auctioned off. So what, you turned to dark magic? I did. Cowardly perhaps, but... My brother, my oath is not one to be broken. I swore my life to the party. There are ways to get around it. Not this oath. If I spoke to the press, if I spread rumors, if I so much as mentioned their foul play to a beggar on the side of the road, he laughs, nearly tears in his eyes. My body would reject the words, as my soul would reject its vessel, my life forfeit to the whims of this fallen city. His head falls and his shoulders are heavy. The burden, the weight of this curse. Nevertheless, a real man would have been able to break it. Lifting his head, his jaw clenched, one hand gripping over the other. I should have been able to. The fact that he is telling you this tells you his soul is already lost to this dominion, to the beyond. But here you are free to speak. Yes, the oath is not broken. I can still feel it. But here, Earth does not watch me. Here, he does not see what a monster I've become. I hope he never does. What did you do? He lifts his mutated arm, the flayed skin pulsating around vein-like tendrils. I sought out the aberration. We all knew he was there. Everglad was never considered a threat down in his flooded temple, nor were his warlocks. I did not imagine he would give me so easily everything I needed. Terrible, terrible power. He clenches his mutated fist. A god never dies, brother. They simply fade from our world. That much was clear when I watched him go. That means, with enough power, with the correct esoteric ritual, I can return him to material reality. I can bring back our god. The nature and rules of walking gods are not strictly defined in any academic circles. Be wary of anything this corrupted paladin tells you. You want to resurrect Earth? His face grows dark. I can bring him back. There is nothing but pain in that statement. Whether he speaks truth or not, it does not matter anymore. He is on this path until the end. 1,400 pounds of silver, branches from 5 trees, grown on the soil of his birth, diamonds carrying a worth of 100,000 crowns as per last material break. And the paladin bites down on his words. It's ready. I have it all. An overwhelming value even for high-tier resurrection. For a god, this could very well be a reasonable material cost. What was that fourth thing? Are you... What makes you so certain it would even work? A vision, brother. I know this is far-fetched, but here in this beyond there are no limits to spellcasting. The rules are different, wilder. There is an esoteric freedom. I have seen into the depths of this place, and all this time I've spent here. I know I ask much of you, brother. I ask for your faith. Faith in the spell and in me. But I swear, Earth is here, somewhere, close. I can feel him watching me, giving me these visions. You realize what you sound like, right? Yes, I am aware. I both look and sound like a raving cultist. He flexes his mutated hand with another wince. The pain is familiar to him at this point. He seeks it out as much as he wants to avoid it. So, I've given my body and soul. Why not my dignity as well? What? Okay, what's a spell called? I do not care to name it. It does not deserve one. Why this reservation? A spell needs a name. Something is off. What is he not telling you? When are you casting it? I've been casting it for days, brother. It is near completion. How did you learn to cast it? Everglad's esoteric connections with the beyond allowed me to make a contact with a number of otherworldly beings. They helped me mold a custom epic tier spell for the sole purpose of resurrecting one specific god. While my appearance has been tainted by the far realm influence, this spell is no foul magic, nor is it in any way influenced by Everglad. This is divine magic at its most powerful. Feels redundant, but what level is this spell? I do not know. 10th? 11th? The return of a divine spark? Yes, that should certainly be above 9th. However, the fact that he does not know such a basic component tells you everything. How'd you get your hands on all that? The branches I secured myself by visiting the Cursed Lands. The diamonds and silver secured via Ilium. The elves paid for your spell? They did. In full. And what did they wish in return? The same thing they always wish for. Our eradication. He cuffs and winces. The Ilium wishes to stop free striders from getting a foothold in Ascan. They believe the Earthfolk to be weak without them. Easy prey. They are wrong. But I played into their assumptions. To them, I was a rogue paladin wanting revenge on my people. One who needed funding to establish a network of dissidents. After a few favors, they gladly provided me with the silver, the diamonds, along with an agent to plant a necklace of fireballs. You brought that into the city? Yes. I signed the paper to get it through. Then it landed in the hands of an elf, Pinja Atema. The elf in the tea shop. Yes. He looks off into the void. The elf did exactly as her masters ordered. She took the necklace from the shipment on Water Lane, then she made sure the box was stored in the space underneath the temple. In Drummer's secret tunnel. The tea shop owner, yes. I visited it a few times to make certain it was a good spot. Pinja Atena made sure the crate, with the hidden necklace, was stored inside. It was supposed to stay there until the election. At which point... The paladin twitches as his hand appears to tense up. Everglad whispered in my ear that morning. He told me the elf had set up a meeting with a Free Strider agent. I intervened. I entered that tea shop from Pillar Crossing, past the tunnel. I found her sitting in one of the booths. She had the necklace of fireballs in her grasp. The elf was planning on selling it, to make an escape for herself. I don't blame her, but I could not let her take it. The possibility did not cross my mind. I cast Charm Person on her. I had forgotten how the elves ignore such effects. All paladins are the same, never thinking before they act. She reacted violently, threatened to blow us both up. In the last, her mind raced of possibilities, of escape, of solutions. She found none. Again, I do not blame her for this. Before I figured out what to say, I saw it in her eyes. His gaze, no longer focused on the void behind you, now pierces your eyes behind the helm. She had already made up her mind. I cast Misty Step, reaching the edge of the room before it hit the ground. She was incinerated instantaneously. Me, I made it out with seared flesh. He closes his eyes. She did not suffer, for what little it's worth. She did suffer. She suffered every indignity a person can, at the behest of this man. Blue flames, a heat and blast so wild, consciousness is drained from the shock itself. She did not feel the fire, but she felt everything before. You monster. Aye. Your words leave a grim taste in his mouth. But why? Why did you need the necklace so much? What were you planning? The paladin looks at you with dead eyes. Your gut sinks. It conjoins and twirls among the eternal waters. Words spoken by the gruff man near breaking your resolve. There is a fourth component to the spell. One final sacrifice. Of course. The cost of a god's spark. What's the final component, Lord Gorm? He does not meet your gaze as he says, the true souls of 27 of his believers. What? One soul for each year since his fading, forcibly taken into the beyond. Oh dear God. They will be channeled here, to this exact corridor upon death, at which point the spell will be cast and Earth will return to the rest of his people. He closes his eyes and mutters a few words to himself. A prayer. How disgusting. Thus I am forsaken. 27 innocent people? 26. I'll be the final sacrifice. You think that makes it okay? No. None of this is okay. Are you insane? Not yet. His two words are joined by a grim scowl upon his face. That's... I need your help, brother. Without the necklace of fireballs, it will be a grim task to collect these souls. He holds out a clenched fist with mutated flesh in a grotesque ball. Will you assist me in resurrecting our god? As interesting as seeing an epic tier spell in action would be, do not follow this madman. You have cast so many spells from a position of naive intrigue, where the forces break your very flesh apart, with nothing to show for it. A spell of this value and power, how do you imagine it would end? Exactly as the caster intended. Do not follow this fool into his demise. You are watching a tragedy unfold beneath these stars. This poor man has been driven to the brink of the abyss. He is staring into it. A chronic lack of agency. A zealot on the edge of desperation. These whispers he hears, and they cannot be these whispers he hears, they cannot be his voice. They are anything but. Please, speak to this man. Make him remember the path taught by Earth, your good god. My god is kind of mid, if I'm being honest. Earth sounded like like kind of a douchebag. Really funny that I can cast Charm Person. What gives you the right to make such a sacrifice on their behalf? No right, no law. No institution or sanctified right. This is my accursed choice. My evil imposed on the world. What happens after the spell goes off? Earth will return from the pillar. My corpse will lay before him, covered in the blood of innocents, put down by some heroic Earth Guard member. And people will just accept that massacre? All the people will see is their god returned at a most frightening time, saving them from a mad and corrupted paladin. Earth will heal those hurt. The one who slays me will be heralded as a true hero of the city, and I will be the monster. No one will ever know the truth of this ritual. And you think people would actually believe that? I cannot guarantee anything. No one can. He has thought through all of the minutiae quite well. It's almost a shame his masterstroke is inherently flawed. The Earth folk would rally around him in an instant. DC 27, convince him to stand by his oath to Earth with religious fervor. What's wrong with your arm? The paladin clenches his claw-like tendril. His flesh is constantly burning. I reached into the sap of the boundary tree. It gave me a permanent hold onto the strings beyond. An awesome power to wield, and a terrible price to pay. Everglad merely opened the path for it. But this was the only way for me to truly gain power fit to rival Jor, even at the cost of my flesh and my soul. Horrendous. Fascinating. To think this simple paladin managed to soar so high. His descent will be a great case study. Intelligence, that's that's some of the coldest shit you've ever said. The elf didn't have to die then. No, she was another mistake. He shakes his head in regret. He feels the loss, but he has justified it. It is preemptively forgiven, even as he lashes his own back. I could have let her escape. I could have succeeded in taking the necklace from her. I could have also simply avoided the elves, gotten my components elsewhere. If I had learned more, and if I had lived better, if I had been more virtuous. Alas. What do you think about the Elim? The Mender was a powerful queen. Good in her ways, not too unlike Earth, from what I hear from him. I believe there are lessons to be learned in the rise of her cult post-fading. That's what Earth believed. What happens after the spell goes off? Earth will return? Oh wait, I've already asked that, didn't I? Okay. And you want me to kill DC-1? He gave up his flesh and soul for this power. And you want me to kill 27 random people? No. Earth folk only. The spell does not consider their personal belief as much as their folk type. Any human living in Norvik will do. Please do your best not to hurt anyone else. The goblin of population of Tolstad especially will have to be avoided. Let us not shed their blood in vain. I don't think Earth wants his people to die either. Of course not. Earth taught me everything I know, brother. He was a father to me. If he were to see what I have planned, he would kill me on the spot. The paladin gives you a solemn look. Even still, I pray you see exactly why it must be done. Could I actually do that? Help him out? Of course you could, but does it make sense? It does not, no. You'd get screwed if you joined him. Like, hard. It would be your end. Physically, spiritually, the bloodying of your soul. He is lost. Yet there is part of you that does agree. Is this sacrifice truly worth it? Despite the risk of failure? Despite the evil nature of this act? Okay. Feet, don't fail me now! Oh, thank God. He is alone, tired, weary from decades of fighting for his fated master. He has watched for 27 years how everything they built has fallen apart. The paladin wants to save his people by casting himself as the villain, by destroying innocent lives despite the pain it causes him. I'm going to take a quick sip of water if you don't mind. Is this what it means to be truly good? To go against everything natural and decent to help untold future generations? Yeah, no, I don't get it. No, perhaps not. If empathy is off the table, then sympathy will take its place, despite all the horrors involved. -4 DC, you understand him. I do not have faith in charisma, bro. What was this one again? Until the spell ends, you gain proficiency in all ability scores. Okay. Alright, DC 13. Maybe there's still time to think this through. No, brother. You might not realize it, but this place has not conformed to the time frame of our existence. To me, since the explosion, it has only been a few hours at best. We do not have the time. It must be done now. Interesting. Yes, time dilation based on spatial placement on the coast is something many scholars focus on. You imagine that its effects could be radically stronger here in this esoteric realm. Gotta try it. I am fucked! You glare at the rugged face of the world-worn paladin. Nothing. No arguments. No plea. You have no clue what to say to this broken shell of a man. Yeah, but I gotta... I have 20 fucking shards? Yeah, no, I can take my time on this one. Fuck you! Come on! Come on! Are you dead ass? Can I have a... Wait, what was it? Maybe Bless adds a 1d4 to all ability checks? Let's try that. I have 16 shards. I have 15 shards left. Let's try this one more time. Okay. Right. It's time. The final time. Time to show him who's the best. The best at winning in a dialectical debate. There is another way, Lord Gorm. Pray tell, brother. Okay, he's giving you a shot here. Don't fuck it up. I have spent countless nights arguing with myself, thinking over every possibility, every action. If you have a solution, I would love to hear it. Okay, none of this is working, clearly. Now that I know the truth about the Magistrate's coup, I could help you spread it. We could enact Earth's will. Yes, that could have been a solution. And I hate myself for not thinking of it sooner when it was plausible. But now my reputation is in ruin. The election is now, and power will change hands. Yet even if we had time, fighting the Free Striders on their terms is foolhardy at best. No, it is as much of a suicide as the spell, with no result. Okay, none of this is working, clearly. True. Welp? What do you mean, whelp? Welp as in, what can you do? There's always one thing you can do. Oh, what's that? The paladin watches you, silence sweeping over the eternal pools around you. Tell him. Nah, won't work. You're not a... You know what? Let's try this. Wisdom has never steered me wrong. His eyes widen slightly. His heart clenches. His attention is yours. There are thousands of us, devoted to Earth, believers that would do anything for him. The paladin nods along with your words. But Earth is not a man. He is an ideal, a dream to strive towards. He freezes. I'm not so sure I agree. Perhaps not to you. But if we lose you, Lord Gorm, then we lose the last man at the top who fights for us. I am not what you think I am, brother. I do not have the power to sway the forces of the world. He lowers his head in defeat. Yeah. Push. That should work. I don't think pushing is going to work. DC failure. That is bait right there. Earth is a dead god, but not forgotten. Please, don't join him. Not yet. I understand you, brother. But no. I see the way forward. This is the one I choose. See? Some other way then. DC 18, advantage. Remember your father, remember the pain, the anger. Okay, so I have to get a 19 on this, plus whatever I get for Bless. Would probably help if I cast Enhance ability. I don't think that stacks with Bless, actually. Whoops. Well, let's just give it a shot. Oops. Oh well. The Paladin stands before you. You must act. Lord Gorm, stand by your oath. The Earthguard and every person in Norvik depend on your protection. I know, brother. This is for their protection. Nothing else. No. It is not the oath he stands by. It is his god. You must try again. Again? Again. Oh, that's actually pretty good. The Paladin is not broken. He knows exactly what his god is. There is the horrid truth. One deeply ingrained into the body and the skin and the muscle tissue of this broken man before you. This is a man who is throwing away everything, including the love of his god, for the purpose of reaching a better world. You can see it in his eyes. It is written in his flesh. The grandest thing a good man can truly sacrifice would be everything that makes him good. Gorm believes that. That, somehow he knows, in his vision-filled skull, this string will lead to a worthy end. But he does not know anything. He has faith that Earth will set his wrongs right. Exactly. Lord Gorm. Brother. What this Paladin does not understand, however, is the most awful truth of all. I hope I have made it clear. Our God has never wanted us to pick up after him. But his sacrifices, with him gone, someone else has to keep giving. I am not only willing, I am ready to... You fool! The Paladin glares at you with wide eyes and an open mouth. Flabbergasted. You dare to place your burden upon his shoulders? Anger flashes upon his rugged and quite hairy face. You are no monster. You are a child! You, a child running to get his tired father when the going gets tough. A father who gave him everything. Gorm knows this. The intense rage now building in his chest is proof enough. He grips his twitching arm. Anger comes only from a sense of injustice. When faced with unwanted truth, a man's ego will bring him to fury. It is only in facing that ego, in breaking it, that your Lord Gorm will be redeemed. Yes, our city is failing, a corrupt cabal of magistrates bringing in everything to ruin. I see that. You have dealt with it alone for decades, shackled to your duty. They threw away his legacy. Words spoken through tremendous temper. Teeth clamped down, voice low. The insidious force of reeds. They cannot be stopped. They cannot be... I never saw him. You did. So tell me, did Earth ever tell you to always rely on him? The Paladin lifts his chin and glares at you. Did he ever ask for your faith, your utmost faith in his ability to set things right in the end? He opens his mouth to speak, yet nothing comes out. Did he? No. The word snakes out of him, his face growing paler by its presence. I'm only interpreting what I've read, but I always assumed he asked us to be men. Real men who would make it through every horrible challenge, every lonely night, every excruciating humiliation. He is... The Paladin cannot form the words. He is left standing on the brink in silence. I don't believe Earth taught us to kill ourselves so he could put the world right. I don't believe that for a second. He shuts his mouth. He does not look at you. What did he teach us, Lord Gorm? Sacrifice. He taught us to give everything to set the world right. As right as we could. Is that not what I am doing, brother? You're sacrificing your goodness. For what? For an even heavier burden to be placed upon him. Even if everything in your spell goes off, with every esoteric mishap ignored and his divine spark returned to the coast, Earth would be saddled with everything you leave behind. That is not... He would... Alone, Gorm. He would be alone against this terrible fate. The paladin stares at the reflected stars beneath his cape. Alone. Do not place that burden upon your father. Even a god cannot destroy the horrors of capital! I'm sorry, this is a very tense moment, but that cracked me up. That is not a sacrifice. That is vengeance. Vengeance? Well, for example, I feel very angry at my dad all the time for going outside to face that troll. For leaving me and Mom alone. His eyes fasten upon yours. If I met him here, I would want to place every problem in my life at his feet. Yell at him to fix it. Because why couldn't he? He's my father. He should be able to. Look around, tears in your eyes. But I can't. And he can't either. And just as the son need not dig the trench of the father, the son also needs to step the fuck up sometimes. Lord Gorm takes a crackling breath. His mind is racing. His pain is growing. But he listens. I am bound by duty above all. He covers his face with trembling hands. The last flash you see is of tears upon his dirty cheeks. I have never known a life beyond this helm. My lord often spoke of probability. He saw them through his divine visions, yet he could never tell me of my chances in his life. He could never tell me. But he often asked me about my thoughts on risks, on how much I was willing to gamble, to sacrifice in order to protect those who needed it the most. He always told me I was reckless, because I would always go for anything over a 50-50. What do you think the odds are on your spell working out? Oh, I was hoping for a 50-50. But only Earth would know for sure. Lord Gorm places a hand upon the pommel of his sword. Most things in life are 50-50. It is our duty to lower the risks. His voice crackles behind the iron. Those are his words, written and spoken again and again. His mutated, twitching hand on the grip of that legendary blade. I have failed. As a man and a son. You have fought bravely against impossible odds, Lord Gorm. He bows his head towards you. Whoa, hey, whoa, chill on me, bro, chill on me, bro. Dude. Tell me, brother. What is your name? I'm the cleric. Of course. He smiles behind his helmet. He is content. I place everything in your hands, cleric of Norvik. Bro? Dude? Oh, shit. That was hardcore. You do not know if any of this is truly the right path. But it is now done. Lord Gorm has chosen his fray. Earth be blessed. You watch as his spirit is drawn towards the stairs. The last paladin of Earth. May the strings forget his failures. All of them. Though he will not be so easily forgiven. Cleric! Your companion is winded, his face glancing from side to side in the darkness. This place is fucking awful! I feel like I've been running around for hours. You okay? The sling in his hand ready for a fight. What did I miss? I took care of the bad guy. You what? Does that mean... He gestures forward. Lord Gorm is dead. Lord Gorm? The missing paladin? That... makes a lot of sense. So he blew up the tea shop? The elf blew it up. Lord Gorm was partly responsible for the necklace of fireballs, though. His eyes light up. So it was a conflict? Gorm was part of the plot to blow up the necklace during the election, as was Pincha. Right. But Gorm was only faking it. What? Gorm was pretending to hate the city so the Yillim elves would fund his dark ritual which would bring back Earth from the dead. But he also needed to kill 27 Earth folk to finish the spell, which is why he needed the necklace of fireballs. But since Pincha blew it up, he was now planning on going out there and killing people by himself. I see. What? Well, he invited me to join him, we talked, and... He invited you? I managed to convince him to stand down. Oh. He put his flame tongue through his chest and faded. It's over. Damn. Now how do we get back? There's a man on the steps. Huh? It was the old guy. Who is the old guy? I didn't talk to him because he didn't seem that important, and then I kind of fumbled my way into this conversation. I'm gonna give him the old guy voice. Breathe. It is finished. You have chosen well. The old man puts his hand behind his back. Before you go, I would wish to have a few words with you, but in no hurry. Time is still now. You do not lose anything by taking a short rest, I assure you. He smiles. You know who that is. This will be an interesting conversation. You are not yet done. Breathe. First, breathe. Oh. Flame tongue. A flame tongue. These legendary blades were forged during the Gate War. Many have been lost to the eras. Many have tried to replicate their power. Yet this weapon remains beyond the grasp of even the greatest artificiers of the modern age. This one belongs to Norvik, but for now you may wield it as your own. Cool. Hey, I don't suppose you're still back there, are you? No, he would be gone. I got a bad feeling about this one, gang. So, what's your deal? The timid man greets you with a lowered head. Hello? Look around. Snell shrugs in your direction. Is safe now? No, not safe. Still in void. Meek turns back into a scarf. Hey. He meets your gaze. This road has been terrible. All due to my negligence. Eyes filled with regret and confidence both. Huh? Why is he talking like he's the one who... Who are you? He shakes his head. I'm afraid there's no good way to put this, but I shall make it clear for you. I swear on it. Well, you better explain it quickly. Not sure any of us should stay in this spooky hellscape any longer than we strictly have to. You are very correct, Snell, he says with a smile. This place is bad for a man. Brings him face to face both his hard and even fouler things. I am Newt, son of Toke. That is all I am here now. I was born in Dejik, midst the early days of the First Coast War. Its chaos brought death upon my kinsmen. Due to fate or some other cause, I was granted audience with a higher power. An audience which left me with a channel of strings. The communion with an outer god. All I knew at the time was the inescapable risk of staying in those lands. Pushed to action by my brother Toll, together we rallied as many longships as we could. Our savior. We saved 50,404 people, approximately a quarter of the villages. As we left in search of a new land, those people began to look to me and my newfound divine strength for more than guidance. They gave me a name from the old world sagas, one steeped in bygone mythology. They called me Earth. Hammer of Fate. That can't... The goblin mutters. How? He lowers his head once more. My existence is fleeting, stuck between the material and the beyond. The old man's wary expression tells you. Rise. I am not one to bow for. Are you truly him? Yes. You see, I died like any other old man should, just a few decades later than usual. But here I linger on, guarding this gate. For whom? For what purpose? Who knows? The old man laughs. It's a bit silly, really. Tola would have loved to see it. This is insane. I don't disagree. That was my initial reaction to the first few years in this place. I assure you, I, too, have many questions. Your goblin companion clearly wants to ask something as well. He is waiting his turn. Hey, Grandblast. We're apparently shooting the breeze with God. Ask what you wish. I know you have questions. Say what you wish. This is your one opportunity to ask this legendary figure anything you want. Make use of it. Well, since there's no rush. Toll, your brother? Yes, the old fool. Earth speaks with a sad smile. Haven't seen him pass through here. He must have died years ago amidst his epic final adventures. But who knows? Time moves differently inland. Maybe he still walks the endless wastes as we speak, looking for Jor's key. That is not a term you're familiar with. Make him elaborate. Haven't heard of that before. Toll, right, like Tollstad. Toll Square. I heard he was a real adventurer. He was, Snell. He was. Your god looks out into the void. Toll always wanted to travel. To understand Jor. Sail and wonder. He received his circumnavigation blessing not long after we founded Norvik. Yet he could never reach Jor's point. After a lifetime of adventure, he still wanted to know. That is why he set off. Toll's leaving. The national holiday. My brother figured the secret to Jor would be unlocked in the wastes. Once he crossed the really cold valley, which I later renamed Toll's Pass, my sendings stopped reaching him. The last thing he told me in that final message was, "Fear not, brother, I always find my way home." Thus, I hold out hope. So can you see Norvik from here? Somewhat, yes. I have the ability to cast minor magic here, including a soft scrying. Soft scrying. He speaks like an arcanist. That essentially means he can peek on people and locations, but not for long, nor far from Norvik presumably. Feels a bit tragic, of course, to be unable to interfere yet able to watch. As you can imagine. Have you watched me? Your god squats down, placing his palm towards the tower of light before him. The closer to the pillar, the more I can see. Like your adventure into the city below or your encounter with Gorgalash. You knew that troll? I did. I fought him, you know, all those years ago. Every time he would flee, regroup, and try something new. A smart one, that Gorgalash. Tough leader. He seemed to really hate you. I don't blame him. Your god looks away for a few seconds as if using the void to take in your words. I destroyed his tribe, Ron. His kingdom. His people. I took it from him without any kind of fair fight. I struck for my own need, and I was well rewarded. Perhaps it is a pity I did not follow through, instead leaving him to the life of the Undercoast vagabond. Part of me feels I knew him well. We dueled many times. Another part of me wonders if I should have taken the risk of diplomacy. At a certain point, it wasn't that far off from a 50-50. Would you have taken that? Attempted peace with the trolls? Or would you have followed through, pity be damned? If the odds are good enough, sure. Trolls are foul, unstable creatures. The answer is no. Every creature has a capacity for good. Even a troll. I'd take that risk. Anything to avoid unnecessary death. Even if the risk was the lives of your people. I'd just do better. Increase the odds. That's the spirit. A deep sigh leaves him. I do not believe in a clear answer. Not anymore. But I chose my path. He glances at Snell, who still looks stunned at watching you interact with your actual, literal god. I actually have so many questions. You see Snell shift his shirt around. I have a few questions of my own. You go first. We have time. Your god aims a pair of finger guns at you. Shoot! Ask him. Ask him about every possible conflicted force in the known universe. About nationalism and fascism. Sure, okay, I guess. Sorry to interrupt this incomparably illuminating moment with something so droll, but is there a reason the scene quality can only be set to 1080p? I have no idea. Nobody has actually asked me that before. I guess I could look into it. Let me take a note of that. Are you on mobile or on desktop? Hang on. Why only 1080p streaming? Okay, so quick question. Is nationalism fascism? No, I do not believe it is. He knows this. How? You're answering that with some confidence. Some? I haven't considered it for years. Fascism and nationalism are overlapping ideologies. One is a fairly new idea of a United Nations state, whether by culture or folk type or anything else. The other is... he squints. Fascism is... really bad? That seems a bit moralistic. I'm on desktop, by the way. Okay, interesting. I'll make sure to take a note of that. There might be there's probably an easy answer that I can look into to flip some settings on OBS. Getting political with God. Who better than to get political with? I was often called a fascist. As are you. At times for good reason. But when I read those books from Reeds, I never particularly identified with it. They seemed to hate liberal ideas, while I was always quite fond of egalitarian pursuits. And in my dictatorship, I took many cues from Asgal himself. Hell, Garth Rubrin was my brother. He taught me wisdoms beyond my years. Then there's the fetishization of violence. This is a man who justified multiple genocides by saying they were for the greater good. That's not fetishizing violence? He acts as though by wringing your hands enough they will no longer be covered in blood. He had power. He seized it with both hands, killing anyone who got in his way, and structuring society beneath him in a manner that served him and him alone. Who cares if they call you a fascist afterwards? You simply kill them. It makes me think of an angry young man left powerless. Someone neglected by his village. Obviously he would lash out. Fascism seemed to me as nothing but a response to that powerlessness, especially one grown in the wake of the First Coast War. If anything, it taught me not to take it lightly. To make sure each new generation of men in Norvik were given exactly what they needed. Discipline, challenge, and a god who does not conflate strength with violence. Was I given that? His face contorts. Pure pain. No, Ron. You were not. Whether he had lived during your time or not, it would not have mattered. Okay. How is strength not violence? That's not really a... I feel like that's a pretty... You know what, let's hear out the old man. I wonder. True strength is, in my mind, your capacity for enacting violence measured against your ability to never have to. In a sense, this applies less to violence and more to any form of competency. A real man makes the best of himself. No matter what that looks like, he does it for himself and the benefit of his tribe. Does that make sense? Your god just asked you a question. I mean, like, you can turn yourself into, like, a weapon. What if he performs evil as that weapon? You asked for strength, not goodness. True strength is a tool. Real men come in all alignments. Take you, for example. You wield magic beyond compare. How long does it take the average wizard to memorize a new spell? Just copying it into his spellbook. I'm nothing special. There. He points at your face and laughs. Doubt and confidence. You have it both. Your god is pointing at you and laughing. Are you dreaming? The old man crosses his arms and nods your way. It takes hours to memorize a spell, Ron. And you do it in seconds. That is not a trick, nor is it only talent. Perhaps you have a knack for the esoteric, I won't argue against that. But think about those sleepless nights. Those years you prayed and studied and read. He smiles. This what you are now, this is your calling. This is exactly where your people need you. Why would they need you? I know it feels like you say the wrong thing every time, but my father, a man of many idioms, once told me, you don't have to be anything but the best of you. The rest, the village takes care of that. You must have gotten that from a book. What does the red eye mean? You mean that symbol we used? It was adopted from existing symbolism. Ah, yes, that makes sense. I see. You would be the one to figure that out. I never meant to build a religion, you see. But when we'd conquered a city full of ruins with that red eye all over the place, I think it was Og who came up with the idea. Call it Earth's Red Eye. Turns out it was an albino lion warlord who held the ruins over some time before the trolls took over. A one-eyed albino. One red eye? The old man points at his own very much dark eyes and laughs. Worked out fine, though. Allowed us to spend more time on public works rather than shrines. Are you really a god? He shrugs. I had the same power as all those big shots in the divine era. Make a god of me or not. It's a banner I've carried for the sake of unity. If that banner ever grows useless, burn it. Let something new rise from the ashes. Not a god. Just a very powerful man. Clearly. A god. A spirit. A memory. I pray to you. Yes, you do. I cannot always hear it clearly. It's a lot. But I hear yours. That I promise. Your heart feels warm. How do you grant us clerics magic from here? As you have been taught, I channeled the divine through strings. Subconsciously, though. Or maybe more like instinct. I'm an old hand at this by now. Might be a reason why I won't be allowed to move on. I'm still needed to keep the channel going. The contract is a two-way street. Does belief bind the gods as much as it binds his followers? Which makes me think of all the other dead gods out there, still connecting those thousands upon thousands of clerics into the sources beyond. I'm sorry. No, don't be. I'm happy to fulfill my duty here. Keeps me sane. But I wonder if the Mender feels the same, or if Lady Fair holds down the fort in some other tunnel. The implications here are quite intense. I wish I knew more. Once I'm forgotten, maybe I will get to see through this gate. To go wherever the souls go once they pass. Deceased people who are resurrected do not remember anything in death. Maybe there is nothing beyond. One day you might gain that knowledge. For now, focus on the material. That will set you free. Okay, Snell, you got something to ask?
Of course, it's a god. But there's no rush. You should ask him about Gorm first. And I'm thinking of how to formulate this question I've got. Take your time.
Alright. Let's talk about Gorm. He takes a few steps forward. He's just an old man. But despite that, you see, he's also strong as hells. Gorm. His eyes focus on the ground where he stood. A man of principle, of bright mind and whole heart. I loved him like a son. His face contorts into a deep frown. It broke my heart when I saw him descend in such a way. You saw his plan? Not at first, but it didn't take long for me to figure it out. I cannot say where his mind was, but I know his heart was placed exactly where I had taught him. Selflessly, he would give himself to any cause. Unfortunately, he proved my teachings terribly wrong. His pain. Earth did not possess the ability to interact with Gorm in any way. He didn't know you were present. He did not. I could not stop his channeled magic to my clerics and my paladin no matter what. I could not stop this channeled magic to my clerics and my paladin no matter what. I cannot even destroy myself. For whatever reason, my soul here is muffled. I could not communicate with him or anyone else on the material plane. He's telling the truth. His truth. Why would he lie? He's got nothing to lose here, exactly. He was going to kill 27 people. Yes, he was. It is important to remember one simple fact. Nothing he did was evil. Everything he did for an ideal of good. Just like I taught him. He turns around and gestures towards the stairs, so that you cannot see his tears. Look at how it ended. His bones hitting the pavement so furiously. Tears of regret. I thought I knew everything at one point, as if I had somehow unlocked the truth of life itself. It was so simple. Your god turns back to you, his eyes tinged with red. Goodness alone will bring the world to evil. The words of an organist, I believe. He's quoting Prax. How conflicting. But Gorm spoke truth. Go on. He wipes a tear from his cheek. My legacy. Norvik is under siege. There is a conspiracy of freestriders. The magistrates are bought. The Asgals are undermined. The Golden Horde seeks to occupy the clan lands within a decade or two. The Mender's cabal funnels riches to rebels in our lands. And my will, the plan I created to keep peace and to transition to a democratic government, was suppressed. It's all true? All of it. Your god gathers himself. This was a calculated risk on my part. What do you mean? I knew this would happen, Ron. Or rather, I saw the odds in the strings. It was high. Something like a 4 and 5. The problem? The odds changed while I was dying. That doesn't happen very often. An esoteric event, most likely. Suddenly I saw the new probable outcome. This web of conspiracy. The old man shakes his head and looks very, very tired. The magistrates hiding my succession acted as the initial spark. The rest is your history. What kind of esoteric event? I don't know. It might not matter. Perhaps it was a divine intervention. Perhaps some remnant spirit of prophecy. Something changed the odds of my choice. Sadly, I am not the one dealing with the consequences. You didn't push for democracy earlier? The odds were against me. Forcing democracy at any earlier point had a very low success rate. Most outcomes would simply end up in oligarchy. Freestriderism was growing in the east, and it would have sunk its claws into Norvik. The counterbalance to organized money is organized people. I was hoping to set you all on that path. The populace was not ready. Despite my effort at decentralizing and pushing for pseudo-democratic guilds, the best chance was for democracy after my death, as my final will, until it wasn't. So they did actually target the Lord Patriarch. Yes, a Torumian wizard was equipped with an Arcanist spell scroll. A very expensive endeavor. Poor Akasam. He did not deserve such a fate. What else do you know? I could not see who or why. The magistrates keep whatever they plan under tight supervision. They all stuff lead into their walls. Their homes are impenetrable for me or any other scryer. Gorm's perspective, however, is most likely correct. Wait, so they have lead in their walls? Am I crazy, or is that supposed to be, like, really bad? Gorm's perspective is, however, most likely correct. They targeted Akazam to maintain their hold on power and to avoid the transference demanded by my will. He had, just prior to the attack, been very adamant about enacting it properly. Would it have worked, the spell that he was trying to cast? I do not know. I don't believe that he knew either. How do you see the risks so clearly? I did not share that secret often during my days. Lord Gorm was one of the few I confided in with my struggle. A struggle? The one placed upon all us gods, he says, while making air quotes. We can see outcomes in strings. Not always, not clearly. Sometimes like a play in the mind. Sometimes an assured vision. But always there are odds. A choice. A chance. A risk. When I worked at my father's shop, I would work on a shoe and see exactly how, 9 times out of 10, I would ruin the leather. As I grew better, my skill improving, the odds would change. Soon I'd pick up a boot and see 2 and 5, then 1 and 4, then 1 and 10. Sometimes I'd still fail, but seldom. Over time, that simply turned into ever greater visions, along with greater power. Every god can do that? To my knowledge, yes. Beside the esoteric might and, well, other powers, it is not divine providence, it's just probabilities. That's why you left your homelands. Yes. When I took my people to sea, we had a 50-50 chance of survival. When I saw Ascany, those odds went up. Every step of the way I made decisions aimed at increasing those odds. For you.
Point at your scarf. For Meek? I hear name? Is safe? Who is old man?
Hello, Meek. Him included, yes.
Old man no Meek?
The fabric on your scarf shifts nervously. So, for what? The Earth folk? Them. He nods towards Snell. And others. I realized with such power I could protect and serve more and more people. Yet at a certain point... He takes a moment. Where does my tribe begin? Who do I define as the other? I had to choose. Why must there be another? My choice was the Earthfolk and the exiled dwarves. A united creed, bound by this great city we built. I focused on increasing the odds for that creed, to assure the security of Norvik and its ideals, no matter what.
No matter what, huh?
No matter what. For almost a century, that absolutism has been the source of immense life and pain. Absolutism? No. Fascism.
Jesus. Yeah, fascism, you mean?
Maybe, he says, exasperated. Maybe. Just like Gorm. That comparison pains me, but I cannot deny it.
It pains you?
Snell takes a step forward.
At least you had a choice.
The old man keeps his eyes on the goblin and places his hands behind his back. Not with anger or sadness. Earth wants to hear him out.
You're responsible for the genocide of my people.
Yes.
Yes? Just yes?
Your god says nothing for a few seconds. Then he nods. Every horrible thing you've heard, I did. He looks around the void. He clenches his jaw and clicks his tongue a few times. Then he holds up a finger.
I have one question. I've thought about it for a while now, my whole life really. I need to ask it.
I want to hear it. The goblin hesitates, then starts.
Why didn't you just kill us all?
The old man furrows his brow.
No, really. Why leave us in this half-life? Because what is this? He says and pulls at his jacket. This?
He slams his fist into his chest.
We're not human. We're not dwarves. We're not goblins. You took away our language, traditions, our stories. You put us into these holes, expecting us to form into something suitable. But what is that? What do you want? If you can see every outcome or whatever, why the fuck did you pick this one?
His words dripping sarcasm and rage. Earth allows the goblin to end his speech, listening to his panting echo across the eternal waters. Then, without lowering his head or averting his gaze, he says, I was going to. I told myself every goblin on those red hills needed to die for the safety of man, that folkmord was necessary, that without clearing these lands entirely of these hostile natives, there would be nothing but perpetual war. After establishing Norvik, when the trolls were scattered and the coast was ours, if I had left your people alone, I saw a guaranteed future filled with inevitable clashes between goblins and humans. Those clashes would lead to more animosity, more hatred, generation after generation seeking blood vengeance against an entire people. It was one of my clearest visions. Radical fanaticism. Goblin armies funded by hordes of elven treasure. Years of warfare in Verdun. Trenches for miles. Trenches. Then more factions joining in over time. It would risk another coast war. Simply due to the fact that humans were never meant to live here. We were never meant to live and take these lands. Yet we did. I did. I made that choice because every other death meant the death of my people. In exchange, I doomed yours. Snell stares at him, stone-faced.
Okay, so we're fundamentally incompatible and you took over our ancestral homeland. Great, cool. awesome.
He rubs his eyes and takes a step away. I don't think you answered Snell's question.
No, he didn't.
Snell turns back around, glaring at your god.
Why am I alive? Why did you spare those 3 tribes Earth?
Yes, he murmurs. The answer to that is simple. I gambled. Your god looks up at the stars. The battle of Morgrib, Western Verdun, on the 6th year of the campaign. The leader of the Craigthon is brought before me in chains. He demands a duel to the death. His name is Kron. To restore his strength for a fair fight, I invite him to eat with me. The goblin speaks Dwarven, Diminorian, and even some Elvish. Over dinner, he explains exactly to me how they were superior in every way, and that the only reason we won was due to our luck. We had a god. Theirs died long ago. I agreed with him. Then we discussed my options. Gran told me I was wise for killing them all. If I did not, he said, they would eventually re-emerge and destroy mankind, once I faded like Tokik did. That each of his sons dreamed of spilling human blood. Snell's eyes narrow as Earth speaks. So I asked him, what of his daughters? Did they dream of war and slaughter? Revenge? Cran told me no. Then he laughed at me and wondered aloud what a boring and peaceful life that would be. I spent the night explaining my visions to him. He, in turn, told me stories about Tokig and the gambler. For hours we talked, exchanging ideas, and I proved well enough how I knew it all. As the sun rose, I saw in that conversation something magical. The odds had changed. Not by much. Not so significantly that it changed my belief. But enough for me to make another choice. A gamble. I gambled on a path where humans and goblins could live in peace. Together. Snell's eyes are on the ground. We signed a treaty the next day. The forced assimilation of the 3 tribes was carried out. Gran served me well for 12 years, overseeing the migration to Norbik. This was the only plan of action I could see with a success rate above 50-50.
Success?
Yes. He scowls.
A successful genocide, huh? What's your definition of success here?
The same as always. The least amount of death over time. As far as I could see. But not for my people alone. Not this time. For both our people. Snell lets out a conflicted groan.
Well, you shouldn't have come here in the first place, then.
Perhaps so. His eyes speak of sorrow. Earth wants to listen. Nothing else. There were no other paths in your visions? No. There were many. All of them ending in the near, guaranteed destruction of my people. You ask me what you are, Snell. Let me tell you. He walks forward towards your goblin companion. You are something entirely new. The goblin's expression goes from angry to despondent as he stares at the dead god's approach. You can never be a goblin. You can never be a human. You're in this mess because of me and my evil actions. The old man throws up his hands into the air, reaching for the stars. So hate me. Curse me. Then go be a leader for your people. He lowers his arms and gives them a determined frown. They need you, Snell. For the new era and beyond. Make something that hasn't been seen before. Something new. Something better. Apprehensive and confused, the goblin turns away.
I don't exactly have a choice here.
There's always a choice, Earth says while locking eyes with you. Some paths are just riskier than others. The goblin clicks his tongue. He glances at the god and mutters, something new. You hear the anger and fear in his voice. Tokig would likely tell you to take the gamble. If you ever meet him, be sure to ask. The old god laughs. The goblin looks on with a complicated expression on his face. Conflict dancing in the shadows of his mind. Rage and confusion.
I'll think about it, Earth.
A difficult exchange. Are you saying we should let go of the past?
Oh no, not at all. Let the past sear your skin. Let it mark you forever. Use those markings to remember what you did, why you did it, and how you could continue to do better.
He smiles.
Become a better man. Always.
Not really my fight to fight, I think. Snell, what do you think?
You really...
He stops himself from speaking at first, and then says,
You really fucked up that assimilation.
I know. If there's one thing I will apologize for, it is that. I'm sorry. I was always terrible at statecraft. Snell shows the same face he's shown you so many times since you met him in that underground garden.
To be ruled by evil or incompetence? Sometimes a mixture of both, I'm afraid.
You can always do better.
Agreed. Not me, though. I'm dead. But you? We'll see what string you two will walk on. But if it is of any comfort around this incompetent governance, I can assure you, Snell.
He gives the goblin a meager glance.
Lady Sageleaf is the one who truly changed the odds.
Snell meets his eyes. Hope.
I never expected it from someone like her. Alas, if there are many things I did not see coming. If anything, your instincts are clearly a dowsing rod of their own.
A dragon. Earth looks upon you with eyes that remind you of your father. Aged wisdom, soaked in blood.
I would like to have a few more words with you, Ron, before you return.
He steps forth until you realize your god is nearly towering above you. Oh shit, he is actually pretty tall, huh?
I'm afraid we will never speak again, my son.
So this conversation is truly, simply, an esoteric happenstance. Once time runs up, this will not align again. An esoteric event.
It was. Caused by me, but not something that I will ever be able to make happen again. This conversation, Ron,
he says and places a warm hand upon your shoulder. The only time you will ever feel his warmth. The last time anyone will.
It was worth everything.
Look to Snell, then back to him. Snell looks on, his arms crossed. Still conflicted, but with a now determined expression on his face. I'm just a cleric.
Yes. Some might even call you the cleric.
Yes! He understands you. Someone finally does!
Although a wizard might be more appropriate.
A correct statement, despite his theological nature. Your god chuckles at you. Bow your head.
And the flame tongue. Keep it. It served me well for many years. Gorm would have wanted you to have it.
I don't give a shit about what Gorm would want. It's a burning sword, man. It's like every 6th grader's dream. I'm hanging on to this thing for life!
Despite everything, he was a good man.
A good man. The words cause you unease. Alignment is as subjective as joy. Nothing but intent. A man will see it all burn before he accepts utilitarian evil into his heart. Goodness itself lies in the heart of all folk. It is not built under the whims of a cleric, no matter their intent. The world will burn by the intentions of good men. Your god listens to the words with care.
Is that from a book?
I'm sure I stole it from somewhere. He lets out a short laugh.
Well, I can assure you that evil men do a fair bit of burning as well. So in the end, maybe we should aim for a world with less tinder and oil.
He takes his hand off your shoulder and takes a breath. He's about to send you home. Ask. This is your chance. One last time. Can you see my future?
No. It might be written somewhere, but I cannot see it. The coming era is yours.
He looks at Snell.
I believe in you all.
I am your servant. Accept your god. I don't pray anymore. Reject your god. I think I'm just gonna stay quiet. He scratches his beard.
I will tell you one thing, though. Do you remember your prayer, Ron? The one you always repeated to me at the end of hard days?
My prayer?
Yeah, the one.
Oh, the prayer. You repeated it so many times. It was a cry. a pleading.
At the end of a night at the library, after hours working the kiosk, when your body was broken past days of Earthguard training, in bed at night. Not from all. It's mostly noise, as you can imagine.
Interesting. As a channel for a greater power, he must pick up on all of it.
Yours, however, it was such a simple prayer. That's what stuck with me.
Earth holds up a finger. One
thing you asked of me, all throughout your life. It never changed. Not once.
Your goblin companion follows this conversation intently, yet he says nothing. Right. That. He smiles.
I do not promise things lightly, but I can promise you this. My son. There is a string to follow. One where your prayer is answered. I swear to you, your father is proud of you. For the man you have become. For the man you will be.
Oh man, I gotta hold it in. Earth leans in and says softly, "You are not alone." Then he takes a step back, his eyes shimmering in a faint glow. He looks down into the water.
It is time. The election has begun.
What, right now?
Right now. Funny timing, isn't it?
Wait, as in now? It's already... Oh, shit, I've got so much work to do. Your god holds up a hand.
No worries, Snow. I believe Miska has covered it all. She will be glad to see you back here alive. Trust me.
Oh, yeah. Good. He's flustered. What'll happen to you?
Oh, I'll get a good rest. That's most of what I've done here for these 27 years. I'd wager the rest of my strange existence here will be just the same. But then again, who knows?
Wish us luck.
Fortune follows the meek. That is, the man who carries a sword but knows when to keep it sheathed.
Is safe yet? No? Darn. Master, please go home. Stop talking with old bald man.
Earth stares at the mouth on your scarf.
You really pick up all kinds of friends, don't you?
He touches his scalp with a laugh caught in his throat.
Old bald man.
Did that hurt your feelings, man?
How do we get home? Same tunnel you get your spells from. I'll just make it a little wider for you.
Alright, time to go. Your god holds out a hand. From it, a white drop falls. It hits the esoteric water below.
Whoa!
Hold on. One more thing. You need to ask. My lord, before we go.
Yes, my son? What should I vote in the election?
You catch him by surprise with such a question. Through the light, you see a smile appear on his face. He laughs. Your god lets out a loud and boisterous laugh among the radiant power of his divinity.
The Ascalus! They won't win, but every vote will help for the future.
That's crazy! My god straight up said, yeah, vote for your local communist party. That's wild. What is... Every day I wake up and some new bullshit happens to me. Thank heavens. Whoa, that guy's huge. Oh, hey, there's a snail, too. Dawn of Election Day. The city roars around you. Flocking the streets, hundreds seek their designated polling place. And you lie on the central street of Tolstad, having successfully made it to Election Day. And... shit. The first thing you see is Snell getting up from the pavement beside you. He looks pale and queasy. Why didn't you tell me this borderling business would come with nausea? How would I know? You're the big esoteric expert, aren't you? You think I have never in my life teleported and or gone through a realm-dividing fissure before? It's quite an intense experience. That's underselling it. I feel like my insides are twirling. Snell stretches a bit, then takes a glance around the crowds. The old man was right. Election show has started.
I guess we lost 2 days, or 2.5 maybe, I don't know, you're the math guy. Could have been worse. Could have dropped us off in Kargamash. Lucky us, he mutters, and looks like he's about to throw up as well. I wonder what would happen if we stayed there longer. Like a month. Would we come back years later? No, it'd probably get all wacky and unpredictable and send us back 5 minutes after we leave. Just to fuck with us? Just to fuck with us. The goblin takes in the sight of Election Day. He breathes the air and his shoulders drop. Everything is fine. Nothing is wrong anymore. You live. Live to see another life. A relieved smile on his face. Right. Game plan. It's not that late in the day, so there's no rush in voting. They won't close the polls until 9 o'clock. First of all, we need to report this to Lady Sageleaf. Then I'm assuming you'll need to have a chat with Darrow, too. Looks around. Is everyone here? Everyone? I mean, most of Dolstad. There's like a dozen different polling places set up around the city. This is just one of them. Where's Lady Sageleaf? In the garden, most likely. Though if my ears don't deceive me, Nearly's playing something on the field. We should go look. You should report to her, first of all, in my humble opinion. Don't want to keep her waiting. Okay. Where would Darrow be? No clue. Probably out here somewhere. Anybody else I should talk to? That's up to you, cleric. And there's no stress. Once you've got the important stuff out of the way, you've got all day. It's only 10:20-ish. Oh god, I need to figure out what I'm voting. The goblin laughs. I heard what you asked them there at the end. Just follow your gut. I'm sure it'll work out. It's just one vote after all, not the end of the world. Should I tell people that I met Earth? He shrugs. Honestly, I don't think anybody would believe you. Or at the very least, not take you too seriously. But you do you. Cheese and crackers. Alright, we should probably try and talk to Lady Sageleaf first. We should also save our game. Hello, Duck. Soldier. The Dark Knight greets you with a word, his voice emanating ominously and quite esoterically from his armor. He does not say anything. You cannot get him to speak. But you know all too well there is something here you are missing. You know what? Might as well. I think that's the worst anyone has ever done it. You do not want to know. Nor is it good for you to do so. You can feel his aura. Step away. Okay. Leave me, soldier. The time will soon come. His voice turns into a whisper. A wind upon the wind. The reckoning at last. You know what? Whatever, man. I strong don't give a fuck. Hello, Ost. The kobold stands in a corner, watching over the area with the eyes of a hawk. Cleric, go. I do not want to talk. Not to you. I don't want to talk. I just have some questions. Questions involve talking, you stupid cleric. Right. Anyway, the perfect amount. 7 seconds involves the reset of the brain interface. It allows everyone involved to leave the current state of the conversation, then begin anew. It is genius. It's also extremely awkward. Don't do that again. I'm going. Kraid, my man! You approach the crocodile man, a deep growl coming straight from his stomach. The sound causes you to shiver. You know he is hungry. Kraid does not often visit the city during the day. Not so many good targets. A few, he says, and nods. A few. Kraid hungers. You're not going to attack anyone, are you? Kraid considers it. The monster shrugs. For now, the hunt is sadly ceased. This election is not Kraid's time to shine. I've been meaning to ask, what's in those slog dogs anyway? The crocodile man stares at you for a moment. Then he shrugs. Depends. Kraid is master chef. Kraid makes slog dog out of everything. Exciting. Very exciting. And fun. He grins. Bye, Kraid. Nice talking to you.
Fucking, why are you aura farming on the on the ledge there? Fucking, what was your name anyway? You spot a familiar skull perched on the crumbling edge of the ancient snail tower overlooking the river. He is completely still, like an ornament of a particularly morose garden decoration. Bondaval? Cleric! The skull spins to face you, gems twinkling. Come, sit with me. He gestures with nothing. He seems to think he gestured. I guess I'll sit with him. Ah, sometimes a man needs to stretch his legs, get some fresh air in his lungs. He has neither legs nor lungs. The spot is great, ain't it? The river, the city, the sky. It's nice, yeah. But I've been thinking, Cleric. The skull rattles slightly. I need a new doom. Doom? Doom, the lair of the Lich. I quite like your secret chamber, very necromantic. My current alcove is fine, but fine is not spectacular. A necrolord deserves better. Well, what do you have in mind? The North Wall. Have you seen the view from up there? Magnificent! I could set up a whole laboratory, balcony overlooking the city, maybe reading a book by the window. The altitude alone would be worth it. The feng shui alone would lead to much more tuned leyline access. Feng shui? You know, don't get me started, it's one of my many hobbies. And I know what you're thinking. Why would an incredibly honorable lich like myself ever dabble in celestial bullshit? One reason. Balance of the elements. Radiance might hurt quite a bit, but that pain can be the secret to longevity, you know? I would know. I'm immortal. I live on the North Wall. It's nice. You do? Good. Then you'll have a new neighbor soon. I have no strong feelings on your presence in the North Wall. It is a very big district. Yes, it'll be perfect. How do you get out of the crypt? What do you mean? I simply walked. In all honesty, if the average Norvikian saw a skull floating on casually, then they would most likely not assume that it was an evil undead. They would assume it was a joking illusion, or a cantrip by some neighboring kid. Good luck with that. Luck? Luck is for mortals who don't plan ahead. The skull turns back towards the river. Biskin thinks I'm being ridiculous, of course, but what does he know about interior design? Anyway, good talk, Cleric. Always a pleasure. If you need me, I'll be here. You will not. Everything you have learned from this mad demi-lich has already been extracted. Hey, so is it really okay for an undead creature like this to just hang out in the sun? A zombie or a ghoul might be affected in serious ways, but a demi-lich is no vampire. They have no hypersensitivity to sun, and or regular light. Actually, can I use thaumaturgy for anything around here? Guess not. Hey, Viskin. Hello, Cleric. Hey, are you voting? I have already done so, yes. I am an early bird. Oh, I never need to sleep. He looks at you for an uncomfortable amount of time. Then he says, same. Then he squints his eyes in the sun. I will schedule a meeting with you, Cleric, about your trip to the beyond. Oh. That information will be highly valuable. Tell him. The knowledge and perspective he can provide will be worth it. I'm at Earth. He observes you. Repeat that. Earth, and the beyond. I met my god. He stares at you blankly. Then he looks at Snell. The goblin shrugs. Come by the Lich House tomorrow. I must know more. I must also thank you for completing this quest of yours. How do you know I completed the quest? You escaped from the beyond alive, Cleric. That implies one simple thing. You dealt with whoever was on the other side. He slowly raises his hand before him, forming it into a thumbs up. Well done, Cleric. You have been an exemplary government employee. I will see you soon. Alright, man. Good talk, good talk, good talk. Who is that guy? A very happy dwarf. Good for him. Jesus, this is a lot of people. Oh, hey, Burr. I don't think I ever beheld him before. Plant. Level 4 Ranger. Brr. The vibrations he gives off is language. The vibrations he gives off is his language. With magic, you could communicate better. This is a scout of the deeper crevices of the earth. A creature set to keep an eye on the horrors of the icy rage. Huh, okay. Cool beans. Oh, there's Lady Sageleaf. There's all kinds of people out here. Mr. Drummer, hello. Near Our Lady's apartments, you hear that familiar rhythmic thumping noise. Cleric.
Is that my voice?
Sorry, it was the first... Okay, this guy... I thought about this before. This guy very clearly kind of does some kind of YouTube poop sentence mixing to talk. I'm gonna try and do it. Sorry, it was the first thing I had.
Right, well, don't. Please, that's creepy as hell.
Good that you stuck around. No choice. The bird ups his claws on the tiling. I groveled and begged for mercy. Now I'm all kinds of stuck with this shit. Bah. The bird strikes a dramatic pose. He appears well. He's opening up to you. How nice. Sorry about taking your papers, but look at it from the bright side. Now you can pay off your debt and get a clear conscience. Shoot him some finger guns and then leave. Sorry about your papers, but look at it from the bright side. Now you can pay off your debt and get a clear conscience. Conscience. He copies your voice. Conscience, conscience, conscience. Conscience is human bullshit. Do not expect a Yobu Kodori to answer to any forms of morality. They are a cursed species for a reason. Birdfolk, a creature cursed to wander without a wings or voice of their own. They have the esoteric ability to mimic any sound they've heard. They originate from a certain mountain in Nim. Okay, well, I'm not sorry anymore. Fuck you. The bird lets out an angry grunt, sounding like some thick dwarven fellow. Well, I'm gonna be here for a long time, so get used to it. The halfways handles his secret cache, right? Yeah, I got a message about it. It's all collected by now, some went through official channels. Some. Stop. It's gonna take days to go through it all in the safe way. If we let the city handle it all, it'll take months. Don't worry, Mr. Drummer, I'm sure the old lady will ask you for some help. Shoot him some finger guns and leave is peak bastard behavior. I love it. Hey, Nearly. Nearly sits on the grass playing a tune carried along on the wind. She is so deeply into her performance she does not notice you approach. She's good. She plucks her strings, but they are connected with the Esoteric music machine. An interesting way to make music. Esoteric music. How wonderful. I'm just gonna let her play. This is her moment. Alright, time to talk to Lady Sageleaf. Oh hey, now I know everything about her. Chaotic good. Level 17 chieftain. She wields power you could only dream of, yet her actions betray her nature. Evil? Good? Is selfishness for one's own tribe the defining trait? This creature is no goblin. Though her desire lies heavily invested within this tribe, she is far older and far more dangerous than all of these servants of hers combined. She knows well the flames of Asuth. Why is she here? DC 30 wisdom check to actually know is crazy. You approach the goblin chieftain sitting on the grassy field by herself. You notice several eyes fall upon you from the bodyguards stationed across the area. They are ready to attack you at a glance. She's enjoying the sun. She doesn't look so intimidating sitting out here. I'm back. Yes, I can see that. She squints at you before closing her eyes again. Snell? Yes, my lady. Report. How did it go? The necklace of fireball was used accidentally in the tea shop. It was meant to go off underneath the temple on election day. Right about now, in fact. She leans forward in her seat and glares at her servant.
Lord Gorm and the Beyond wish to use those deaths to bring back his god from the dead.
She stares at him.
You know, Earth?
I got that part.
Yeah, so, Lord Gorm was dealt with and he is confirmed dead.
Real dead, like dematerialized. She glances at you, then back to Snell. I see.
So the threat was neutralized. There should be no ongoing repercussions.
The dragon clicks her tongue. I want more details later, but... Good. Well done. She turns to you with a slight smile. You as well, cleric. The service you've performed here is more than I ever expected. Okay, that should be it.
Oh, there was also that chat with Earth.
Right. Lady Sageleaf looks away twice before raising her eyebrows to the sky.
Excuse me, did you say Earth? You handle that one.
Yeah. So it turns out that Earth lives in the space between.
He's dead,
But his spirit kind of acts like this channel for magic.
he's just there?
Yeah, or... rather, he used his last strength to reach out this time. We had a nice conversation, a good talk. She points a finger towards Snell. I want a full report on this later.
Of course, Lady Sageleaf.
The goblin chieftain grumbles to herself. Esoteric bullshit.
Agreed.
Oh yes. She groans. It is good to have you back. I am at least very glad you did not get stuck out there in the void. And you, Snell. I am very, very happy you made it out alive. You are my best runner after all.
My lady.
He bows. He loves her. So what happened to Mr. Drummer? Oh, that bird is sticking around. We've made a little deal after you got me his papers. His debt will be paid off, and he's free to go wherever he wants. Both of you did a wonderful job on that little mishap.
Glad that whole mess got fixed. I felt bad for him.
No, I don't. I serve you well, my lady. Yes, yes. Go kiss someone else's ass, will you? Now scram. Today's a good day. Yo, Nesson, my girl. You see the elf conversing with the giant central tree of Tolstad, her words clearly articulated. Oh my, do not fret, they do not wish you any harm. They are voting. It is called democracy. She is speaking quite clearly. Leaves on the tree rustle and the elf chuckles. Yes, it's quite silly, isn't it? Oh, cleric! I was just having a chat here with Lord Pooh. Hello, Nassan. I'm not disturbing anything, am I? Oh, no, don't worry. The leaves rustle again and the elf translates. He says hello. A branch sways in the wind. In a minute now, we have to be polite first. The cleric is a great hero in this city. What do you say? Nothing, cleric. She chuckles creepily. I've actually been meaning to see how it went for you, actually, with your little trip. Yes, the trip. Lord Pooh here saw it all. He sees most things around here, in fact. So he is interested in you two, aren't you, Minun Puni?
It went well. I almost died, but that's usually how it goes with most things.
Snell listens to your description intently. Interesting. Communion with the primal strings, and our little Vitar makes it clear that the disturbance of the tea shop has been calmed as well. You should feel proud, cleric. That is an accomplishment. Snell did a lot of the lifting. Oh, did he now?
I mean, yeah.
Maybe we should leave these two lovebirds to their action, your companion mutters behind you. He stands quite a bit away as per usual. Yes, perhaps we should get back to it. And I hope you two enjoyed this election day. You've earned it. She smiles. Snell clears his throat and looks awkward.
Time to go then, cleric.
I'll leave you to it. Damn, so she's already in a relationship with the tree, evidently. I wonder if the tree is cool with her having entanglements. Free drinks, sponsored by the Askany Reed Trading Company. Those fucking bums. Okay, seriously, who's this gigantic white guy? Oh, elections, how joyous! Oh yeah, I should probably go find that chud Darrow.
No, wait, not a chance, Dad.
Oh, way. Okay. Let's save our game before we talk to him. He might try to pull me into some kind of bizarre oath again. You see Coin Lord Darrow speaking to a brown-haired girl in a dress. His daughter. What voice did I give this guy? Kind of like very fast talking. It's just an application. You know well enough how proud your mother would be if you were accepted, Freitas. I am not going. And it's not just an application, Dad. For fuck's sake, you pretty much own them. He scoffs. And when exactly did I buy this university? The girl holds out a letter, shaking it in his face. Our name is in the pamphlet. Look, he says actually calmly. It's the best establishment on the coast, sweetie. You could at least visit before you... Then he notices he's standing there a bit too late. Oh yes. It's her. The so-called assassin. Cleric! Frey goes wide-eyed, glancing between you and Snell. Anger? Fear? No. Her eyes are screaming, not these fucking guys again. Apologies for the swear word. Sweetheart, we'll continue speaking over this about dinner. Yes, she mutters. She points two fingers your way when her dad doesn't notice. A message appears in your mind. Shut your fucking mouth and don't say anything to Dad. After sending the message, she mutters an awkward, Of course, Dad, before sending you one more message. Please? Says your daughter, Magistrate? You know what? I do think... Okay. She did try to kill us. But... Okay, she did try to kill us. I want to make her sweat, but I'm not going to snitch on her. I think that's probably the funniest thing I can do. Listen, she tried to kill us 3 days ago. She doesn't have any more powers. It's all water under the bridge. Was this about our university? Oh, nothing. Just the typical big choices of the youth. Magestone in New Thrazen. Halfway across the world. Says your daughter Magistrate Darrow? Yes, indeed. He taps her on the head. Our Freydiz is quite a talent, you see. A proud inheritor of House Darrow. Sure. Good luck with your application, young lady. Thanks. We'll talk more tonight, Frey. The girl looks at her father and to you. Then she walks away, rubbing her eyes. The Coin Lord cuts in. Cleric! He wipes the dad expression from his face and puts on a faint smile. Last I heard, you went into the pillar for some ritual. I was quite impressed when I heard. You must have found proof of your rogue spellcaster, hiding in the beyond, I assume. The problem is, our beloved Lady Sageleaf was told everything. He takes a step forward and glares at you. She knows all the details of the tea shop and has already begun legal proceedings. I find that highly annoying. The Coin Lord looks at Sel. I believe your lady is already well aware of that fact. Sure, he answers in a monotone voice. I apologize, Magistrate. He sighs and rubs his temples. No matter, it is what it is. And what it is a massive headache in the coming weeks. So thanks for that. Sorry. The Coin Lord adjusts his expensive robe and lifts his head, looking towards the Pillar of Jor. Now, your esoteric excursion. What did you find out there? The root cause was handled, I hope? You know what? He did pay. He is quote unquote paying us to learn about the cause of this. Tell him about Gorm only. Lord Gorm. He's taken aback by your words. So he's not dead in some dungeon below? Lord Gorm was planning on blowing up the election with a necklace of fireballs. It went off prematurely in the tea shop. I'll be damned. He genuinely did not expect to hear that. Then the Coin Lord nods. Okay, I understand. Okay. He was planning on resurrecting Earth by sacrificing humans in Norvik. That's why you know what? I don't think he needs to know about, like, the whole plan with Earth. I defeated him in the Beyond. He did not survive. Ah, good. Yes, well, the election is clearly going smoothly, so on behalf of the city, thank you for your service, Cleric. The Coin Lord sees more people arriving from the hill, his eyes narrowing. This is the end of our talk. As you might imagine, I'm quite busy on a day like this. He starts walking away towards the crowd. Be wise, be vigilant, Cleric. His words come across more as a threat than advice, to be honest. As he disappears up Tolstad, Snell lets out a groan.
What an asshole.
A massive, sneaky asshole.
The biggest on Tolstad.
Absolutely enormous.
Gaping, if you will.
Oh boy, he is not happy with me.
Oh well.
I don't do this shit so people will be happy with me. Oh yeah, I don't have my voting card, do I? Servants. You hear them talking about how much of a dick Darrow is. Why is that guy doing orange justice? Etir, baby girl, what's good? As you approach the angel, she turns to face you in the air, her glorious, radiant aura enveloping your soul. Snell gives her a nod.
I'll be over here if you need me.
Then he scurries away. Etir turns her face, facing your general direction. The crowds are filling the streets, voices cast for the future. Among all mortal behavior, it is this I treasure the most. Your incessant need to be heard.
Hello, Etir.
She stares at you with her many, many eyes. Mortals are certainly interesting creatures. Yeah, we sure are. Maybe I should just stare at her. Her many eyes stare back. One more thing, Etir. What are you voting for? Her telepathic voice is silent for a bit. Then she answers, I do not know. Last second, huh? Yes. She holds out a hand in front of her face. I have decided to be a bit more human. For this day only. Her eyes look towards the sky. We will see what fate brings. Chaos. How interesting. Her heart is gleaming and good. Perhaps even green. I always like our little talks.
Here we are. Election day at last.
The little devil shows you a fiendish grin.
You ready to vote, cleric?
Oh, you know it.
Figured.
He glances at the windows.
There's still time, though. No need to rush it. So many interesting people coming out here today. Plus, I'm sure you've got a ton of stuff to catch up on. Heard you were MIA for some time there.
The devil chuckles. Yeah, I went into the beyond.
Oh.
Yeah.
As in actual planeswalking?
More or less, yeah, just for a bit.
Damn.
Hope you didn't bring back anything nasty like a virus or a curse. Probably not. He laughs.
I'm kidding! Planar travel isn't exactly common these days, but the Arcanists used to do it like all the time. So I'm sure it's fine.
Because the Arcanists never did anything reckless, right? You're fine. The Beyond has many terrible dangers, but you avoided most of them.
Now me? I'm getting brushed up on some stuff myself. These post-election months will be big business for me.
Why?
Well, my professional estimation is this. The Nationalists will enter into a union with the Freestriders, then the city will face a massive amount of paperwork. We're talking rewritings of base laws, designing new company structures, trade agreements, citizenship documents.
He rubs his little claws together. Stereotype.
So much work, I love it!
Good going. Proud of you.
Thanks!
Not like this wasn't expected, it's a long time coming. I've obviously got a tight deal with Darrow, so wherever he goes I tend to follow. What's your deal with him?
Just an informal thing. He helps me, I help him. Started a while back when he was getting started. I'm pretty good at finding loopholes, and he's the kind of guy who loves to stick a finger in them.
Ugh.
No, not in a weird way.
The devil is lawful evil. Who would have thought? Good day, Braxo.
Cleric!
He sniffs a few times and gives a half-enthusiastic wave. Beside him you see Isk, who has clearly been asking a ton of questions to the Halfling Scholar. Have you managed to get anything out of that forward yet, or the ghost chat?
I've only begun to dive into its meaning. We have this new wacky categorization that I can't wrap my mind around. It does not appear to be directly linked with any of the other mental mapping tools that we developed before or after his death. My reading is... it's almost like a bullshit divination, you know? Not even the esoteric kind, the scammy kind. Like an ancient theory of elements or the humors. Which one of the six are you? Are you body or are you intellect? Step right up. Not a huge fan.
though I might be just a bit biased considering his obvious anti-halfling rhetoric. How?
I'll let you chew on it a bit more. Let me know if you figure it out.
That is exactly what I will do, cleric. And then there's that halfling servant of his, Munda's guy. I believe there might be more to all of this than meets the eye. I'll make sure to put a call out for any information on this man at all major universities on the coast. In time, truth will be unveiled, and so on.
So you've met Iskurum.
I have. Heard you had a hand in letting him out of that stasis. Extremely fucking interesting.
Thank you for the kind description, my good halfling. You are fucking interesting as well.
Awesome. My two favorite local wise men meeting up. As well as your favorite devil.
You hear Braxa call out from the other side of the tea shop. Of course, my favorite little red guy.
Coming around to that nickname.
His cackle echoes up to the city slope. Then he returns to his newspaper. What are you guys talking about? Appleton here is catching me up on your civilization's current level of research. It is fascinating to hear about the various branches you've gone in. In some ways, you are not that far away from our level, though you have gone in wildly different directions when it comes to examining sentience.
I'm writing all of this down, just so you know. And I'll gladly get as much research content from you as possible, if you have anything with you mentally or physically.
Yes, that can be gladly arranged, once I get my laboratory in order.
Birds of a feather.
Idiom. Peas in a pod. The goblin gives you a look. He's ready.
Two sides of the same coin.
Great minds think alike.
Marching to the same drum.
Thick as thieves. His expression now says, "You know that one? Damn."
Pots from the same clay.
Cut from the same cloth. He raises his hands, performing a classic goblin salute.
You win.
Thank you, thank you. Snur and Isk appear to have stopped paying attention to you and have returned to debating something esoteric. Okay, there were a lot of good interactions. I think that one might have been one of my favorite. Two greased-up goblins discussing plans.
I promise you, dude, it's a classic. Greased-up gobos can't go wrong.
A barrel full of grease. You can smell it from here. Oh, I know a bad idea when I see one. This ought to be good. I should probably try to vote at least. Are you the guy that I talked to get a new ballad? A few people remain in the queue, but most are finished, done with the charade.
It's getting late.
Your companion looks around the chamber, faint yellow light filling every corner.
Might be time to cast your vote, eh?
He's gonna miss this. A challenge for any mortal, but not for you. The goblin gives you a tired smile. Not yet. Okay, if this is like truly the end of the game, then I can't go just yet. I never did find out about that hack. Hey girl.
Ay, takliha. Butashi sen bainau. Sinitu kai yamarinek hofi jif son shu. And bidik sauguf baina. Karash by ashig.
Primordial. She's greeting you and talking about being occupied.
She's speaking in tongues.
Oops. I don't think you understand me right now, do you? She taps her hand together with a sigh. Wait a few seconds. She waves her hand.
Yes, yes. Now?
Yeah?
Great! Sorry, tongues must have ran out. I can tell you that my stores have completely run dry since I last saw you. People really want to shop in elections, don't they? I'm afraid if you wanted to buy anything, you're too late. Should have taken the chance when you had it, my dear warrior.
She winks.
What a charmer.
Have a good time in Norvik. I like her, too. Vera! My main gal, how you doing? Cleric. Isn't it a lovely day for an election? Sure is. She takes in the air. Years of effort, all for this. The revolution aims at the liberty of all folk around the coast, and if reason pulls her to believe, it appears we've succeeded in that goal for Novik. Let's wait until we see the results. A wise statement. From what I hear, Freestriders will most likely form a coalition with the Nationalists, bonded through compromise and prosperity for all. It's beautiful to see. I wish the horticulturalists were still in the race. I'm a farmer, it's in my blood. A coalition without the Asgalists. Of course. Not that it wasn't on the table. Turns out that dwarves are difficult to work with and despise orderly compromise. Who would have guessed? Yeah, I'm sure. It'll be interesting to see. It sure will. She takes a deep breath. Thank you again for handling that surprise meeting with the ambassador so well. I know you made your opinion on a Horde collaboration clear, but on the AR side, we're of course very interested in working with you going forward. You've proven yourself a well-suited partner. I will stay in touch. Now, I've got a lot of things to do. It's a big day. She grins, her tusks gleaming in the sunlight. Have a lovely election day. Keep it sleazy, Vera. And now there's you. The fancily dressed Freestrider strikes a pose as you approach him. He takes a deep whiff of the air and exclaims, "By golly, what a beautiful day for an election!" I'm scared for the future of this city. Oh, don't be. This'll be great, I promise. He then glances at you nervously. Just don't punch me again, you hear? It was payback. It's been paid. We're cool. Right. Cool. I've been present at over a dozen first elections across the coast in my lifetime. I've seen the populace embrace the free strider ideal. Free trade, democracy, prosperity, liberty for all. You're spreading like a disease. Yeah, we're celebrating it pretty good, huh? Oh yes. Free striderism is built on a core concept of freedom that it overcomes cultural barriers with ease, you see. But here in Norvik, it's even grander than usual. It's like a powder keg, just waiting to pop off into a wonderful cacophony of prosperity. Maybe powder keg is a poor choice of simile, but still. Yeah, it is. He looks up towards the pillar and sighs. Oh yes, anyway, did you ever catch that smoking invisible man I mentioned? I solved him. I solved it. It's fine now. Wonderful. Be very glad you survived the beyond at least. Wouldn't be too happy knowing I'd accidentally sent a cleric to his death, even if he did punch me in the face. He lets out an awkward laugh. I'm happy you survived the troll as well. Oh, well, that's all on you. He gives you a wide smile. I'll be sticking around for a few more days, so we should speak more when there's time. But first, you should place your vote, good fellow. Oh, right, I need to do that. Yes, you do, for liberty! He exclaims and then lets out a bellowing laugh. But seriously, we should talk more later. I'll find you. He winks. Cool. I'll talk to you later. Don't appreciate that you said that you would find me. Hey, kiddo. Hey. And then there's you. You find the blonde kid standing around with a much smaller blonde kid. Hey, look. It's a cleric. Cleric! The blonde kid gives you a somewhat decent salute. Hope you're doing good. Gray zone. Okay, well, we just voted. Or I did. Yeah, I'm not old enough to vote yet. Which seems stupid. I know more about politics than most people here. Good. Start early. You'll be a great voter by the time you're of age. Yeah. Rollo crosses his arms and looks up into the sky. I actually voted blank as a protest. I know it doesn't matter really, but I just felt like doing something on a day like this, you know? Okay. He shrugs. City's ruled by sycophants. We need some type of change, but none of the parties will do it justice. That's my thought, at least. Maybe the agriculturalists. Maybe. Said they got swallowed by the Asgalists. Rollo then turns to his kid brother and says, "Don't repeat any of that, okay?" Arn nods. Snitches get breeches. That's what Dad always said, right? He shoots Arn an icy look. That's not the right saying. But no need to get mad about it, Rollo, jeez. Sorry. No, I'm the one who's sorry. The blonde kid glances at you. I don't remember if I said, but Dad was a bit of a cunt. We're better off without him. Don't look down on your father like that unless he was a major cunt. You're clearly capable of handling yourself. Good going. Thanks. Arn gives you a thumbs up. Any news, kid? Some fights last night at the Flip. Most papers just focus on their election issues today, though. Just like the rest of the city. Looks like the Nationalists will win, if you believe the closing polls. And beyond that, the kid picks up a paper from behind him and shows you a picture of one of the last pages. There's a new party in the race. The Adventurers Party. The picture shows a group of armored dungeon delvers, standing around a tall human with a well-placed neck tattoo, an amazing haircut, and a friendly grin on his face. Well-groomed, attentive, objectively likable. They seem to be just a free strider branch party, Rolo says as he too looks at the picture. Like hypermarket liberals. The type that wants the entire economy to be built around finding loot in dungeons. I don't know why, but I hate this guy already. I guess so. Snell laughs as well after taking a glance across the article. What kind of ass-kicking article is this? Did he charm the entire Faux faculty? Sigh and try not to think about this Alto fellow ever again. Either way, the blonde kid gives you a stern look. I hope you're having a great election day, cleric. Yeah, there's a ton of stuff going on. Really fun. The boys return to their huddle. Don't get into trouble, kids. Okay, I'll talk about the Asgalists last. Or actually, I'm already here. I might as well just talk to him. Could I mage hand that barrel? No, I cannot. My man, Alphaz. The dwarven foreman crosses his arms when you approach, lifting his eyes to meet your gaze. Mr. Cityman, I can gladly inform you the Asgalian movement is going splendidly. And you, he says with a grin, slapping you on the arm. You've helped quite a bit. Slap him back. Just doing my duty to the cause. The dwarf grins at you while nodding 3 times. Happy to have you on our side, cleric. In any case, we've got our duty to fulfill, here in the last moment for a new, hopefully green dawn. Make sure to put down your vote in a wise way for the future of the city. For the future of the city, perform a salute. For Norvik! Well, all the dwarves around chant in unison. For Norvik! Coolio. A group of Asgal youth activists are handing out newspapers and chanting slogans. They're showing their values in the streets. One of them adjusts her glasses. Cleric. Thanks again for the ink. We managed to, just before the deadlines, get each and every copy sent out across the city. The girl moves up a stack of newspapers with a grunt, then looks at you. The election issue is going out well and enough. Though I'm still pissed that I had to change the article. Feels like such a waste. No angry customers, though? That's the problem! We want a splash to be noticed. Otherwise it's just another minor zine. Nobody's gonna bat an eye at this. Medusa, there's still good stuff here. Her halfling friend mutters from the side. Yeah, I'm just saying. Getting a reaction's good. That's exactly what the youth skulls are all about. Confrontation, evaluation, and intense debate. That's what Miran always said. I mean, she still does, just as a forewoman, and not as her boss. All of a sudden she wobbles a bit on the spot and her eyes grow dim. Modissa! Her dwarven friend grabs her and then gives her some support as she gets steady. Oh, god damn it! She swears and rubs her temple. Thanks, Sherba. You okay? Yeah. It was a long night, Sherba explains. Modissa didn't stop working until, well, we went here. The halfling taps Modissa on the arm with a rolled-up copy of the chant. Not again! You'll get yourself killed if you work this much. Yeah, back to work, you two. The human grunts and clicks her tongue. You, she says. You better read a copy, then go spread the word. Asgalism is the future, and we're the future of Asgalism. you got a license to hand these out here? She laughs. Laugh along with her. I won't give you too many compliments, cleric, but you are funny. At the end of the day, that's really why I'm here, to make people laugh. Oh, hey, man. Oh, look, Romulus.
It's the Cleric of Norvik, come to bless us once again. Aren't you just a darn lucky charm of a human, huh?
He slaps you on the arm. It hurts. I actually met with one of those ancient snail people.
What?
He's literally hanging out on the roof over there. Yeah, he's here actually, just up on the tea shop. Fellow named Iskurum.
Garagudrin? An actual snail folk? Alive and all?
Last time I checked.
I have to...
Appearing out of a puff of tiny esoteric sparks, Isk suddenly stands beside you.
Hello?
Oh, I heard my name.
The
dwarf stares at the snail with a grin. In return, Isk just nods.
Yes, absolutely.
No need to worry. I've been in stasis for millennia. I'd say that loses me the mineral rights. The snail lets out a bubbling laugh. And I see. These white mains must have found something sinister in our halls. Which isn't surprising, really. My kin were quite the mad bunch towards the end.
What?
He's a... Gesture at your head. The dwarf stares blankly. Then he gets it.
You're reading my mind?
Yeah, sorry, is that intrusive? I can't help it, you see.
No, it's very efficient, I like it. But, do you know where it is?
Not to a degree that would make you happy, but perhaps to a degree that would be helpful. You see, my good dwarf, I too seek certain artifacts that could be found in Tulamon. So perhaps we could collaborate.
Yes! Vidun Vitterlicht.
The dwarf reaches out and grabs the snail's hand, shaking it.
We'll make a good team, Isk.
Good, I'll be in touch. Yellow! The dwarf turns back to you and his eyes beam.
I can't believe this is happening. Years of toil and now everything happens at once. Thanks to you, Cleric.
He shakes your hand as well, leaving some snail mucus on your glove.
I'll be sure to let you know how it goes. And if you're interested in some freelancing, I'll be sure to reach out as well.
The dwarf laughs maniacally. The rust monster follows suit. Then he leans in with a sudden serious expression.
And you're voting green, aren't you?
Yeah, of course.
Go night.
He laughs and slaps you on the arm again. Romulus makes a screeching noise on his shoulder.
Be seeing you.
Okay, bye. Ah, well, if it... Oh yeah, I guess a potion guy wouldn't be here.
No election stuff, brute. Sleeping.
Hello, seagull. The seagull stares at you. It does not move when you approach, though it does observe you. Hello, seagull. The bird squawks at you. Before you can do anything else, it begins to take off, making some horrid noises as it does.
Could have been worse. Could have pecked your eyes out.
I suppose. My bicycle! My dear, precious, and beloved bicycle. You see your bike now alone on the bridge. A manlier bike would be in red, but it will suffice. Snell watches you stare at the bicycle.
True love right there. It's wonderful to see.
Oh yeah, I have knocked, don't I? Why is it alone? What happened to all the other bikes? They probably cleared them to make room for all the people here. Good thing they didn't touch yours. I imagine this is how the cowboys of Ultima Minor felt when they reunited with their horses.
We'll never know for sure, so yeah, why not? Off into the sunset on your yellow bike.
Cowboy tales are not real. Now finish up here so you can do something important instead.
Oh, you bet I'm gonna finish up here.
You cast knock on the lock of the bike.
Oh, so you didn't have your key?
I lost it in the river.
Oh, yeah, right, got it. So now you can ride on back home?
You want to ride with me?
I have a feeling that would be a bit of a death wish. Maybe some other day, but thanks for the offer.
My precious, important bicycle. Okay, nobody else to talk to over here. Is the cat still around? I probably should have read these posters when I had a chance. Oh well. Hello, gigantic crab. How are you? You walk up to the crab. A blue crab, but he's a nationalist. Why? Blue is the color of Norvik. So, we all share the city. Not for long. But isn't nationalism all red? Norvik in the Arcane era was red, a time of bloodshed and violent growth. This era, this is blue. And the crab made you think of that? Yes. Look, Snell, a crab!
Beware! Beware! Oh god, cleric!
Suddenly it leaps forward, snapping at your gloved hand.
Hey!
The crab hits its target and attaches itself hard on your pinky. Huh. That wasn't as bad as I expected. The crab remains attached.
Right. You okay?
I'm okay.
Cool, okay.
As you pull, the crab eventually lets go. It jolts around in your grab until it tumbles down. You watch as the crab dives into the river. You hear a light splash down below.
That was less dramatic than I expected.
You're a man. Of course you won't cause drama from a little crab. Oh no, I forgot to tell it what I was voting in the election!
Don't worry, cleric. I'm sure it already knows.
It probably does not care. Okay, we've talked to pretty much every... The bugbear! Right, we need to tell her the good news that we got revenge on her. For her. Well, well. Look what Snell dragged back. It's the human man thing.
In one piece, too. Very impressive, I know.
Moongor lifts her mace up on her shoulder. Watch yourself. This election day is ramping up. No trouble on Tolstad, but there has been some brewing on North Wall. Oh? Anything bad? No. Just sounds fun. But a mean old lady Sage Thief says, no, Moongor has to stay here and watch out in case anybody tries to start trouble. Shucks, I wish I was at the riots. Wish I could get in a brawl, just a little one. That'd make my day.
Well, the cleric would love to do it now, but we really don't have the time.
Boring. Aww. I'll be standing here then, hoping for something interesting to happen. She groans and adjusts her shield. Any moment now. I found the man in yellow, the one who charmed you? You did? The bugbear lifts her chin and looks down on you. Is he in the city below still? Nah, he might be somewhere around here now, though. Good. I will seek him out soon, so I can... I punched him in the face. You did? She clears her throat, but it sounds more like a surprised growl. You did? I did. I avenged your honor. This imposing fluffy monster looks you up and down with a smirk. I must have misjudged you, human. Maybe you are a real man after all.
Yes! Meek is happy for Master. Meek did not know humans need to prove humanness. Very good hairy woman trusts Master now. Quiet, I'm trying to score here.
Come with me. Maybe we can go fight some thugs in housing or something. Yeah, come with me. We can go fight thugs in housing or something. No.
No!
But she gives you a nod and a grin. A sparring match. In the garden. After the election, of course. I'm on duty until then. A physical meeting with this handsome woman. This is a massive win for you and your manhood. I'll take it. Good. We will set a time later. Now, is there anything else you need, you puny human male? You enjoying the music? It is pleasurable, yes. Nearly as an artist. Not many deserve such a title. Most who call themselves that simply sit in their dark abodes typing or painting away at some deep, oh so meaningful static thing. No. Real art lives in the air. Like lightning. Like blood before it dries. I get it. She ignores your words and lets out a deep grumbling growl. Now silence. The thunder is roaring. She's so badass. It's really funny how absolutely thrilled Strength was to get to get like a sparring match with with Moongor. The dwarven ignores you and whispers to the goblins, "The storm calls to us." Whatever, man. Okay, I've talked to all of these losers already. I'd love to get a griffin one day. I don't think you could get them. You don't talk about them like they're a pet, man. Cleric. The hooded woman stands in a corner of the city. Her faded eyes follow your movements closely. I am here but on a quick task. To deliver a message to you. Go ahead. She sneers, placing her hands behind her back. Then her eyes grow light. Her voice goes deep. Any life in her face fades into a neutral, calm, emotionless existence. Then she speaks, almost sings unnatural words. Ron Hamlin, our speaking was a meeting of fate in my view. I wish to proclaim a future cooperation within due time if you have not changed your mind. We will be in contact, and I wish you well speed on your work. Hugs and kisses. The light in her eyes fades and she scowls at you. Hugs and kisses? The ambassador enjoys that phrase. He does not mean it in a needlessly friendly manner. Right. She bows her head. The ambassador will know you received the message. But on a personal note, I suggest staying away from the service, cleric. You do not deserve to see the light of the choir. After making her rude comment, the Western woman walks away in decisive steps. Okay, thank God. I didn't want to join your little weird genocidal book club either. You see Rick standing outside the tavern, the stone table before her covered in papers. Oh, wait, if it isn't the cleric! Hey, Rix. She stretches a bit with a sigh. My goodness, such a lovely day, and here I am, busy as can be. You need help with anything? Oh, and maybe you want to share how your little quest went about, Have you voted? Got any plans after the election, Rixbitter? Oh, nothing I can talk about too concretely. Not yet, anyhow. I've got a few expansions planned. Currently, the third place business is covered in housing in the palace, but North Wall is quite ripe at the moment. So I'm thinking of taking on something new there. I've got a few potential locations scouted out. North Wall? I live there. How lovely. Don't tell anyone you heard it from me, but there are plans for a new living complex on the upper dungeon floors. That means there will be lots of foot traffic and a lot of thirsty people. Anyway, it's all just ideas and concept for now. Depends on who wins the first election, too. Hopefully the Free Striders. That'll make my plans easier. Have you voted? She lets out a dramatic, exasperated breath. Hell's bells, I'd completely forgotten about it. Voting was the last thing I thought about today. She's got her eyes on the prize. The prize being economic prosperity. But yeah, I should go in and toss my card. I'm gonna head inside. Oh, you can't, we're closed. Oh, don't worry, I have a key. The fiend thinks for a second, then snaps her fingers. Right, Olziz. Just don't go losing that key. Olziz is allowed to hand them out according to our contract, but I'm the one who has to pay to replace the locks. So don't go dying in a cave somewhere, it'll cost me a fortune. What if I died via total body disintegration? That's more okay, as long as the key went with you, but... just forget I said anything. I do so enjoy our little conversations. Okay, Olziz. Big party outside. Lots of people, yeah. She takes a swig of wine. I have a good feeling about this one. This ongoing change. Feels different. It might just be my superstition, or perhaps all these people I share my lair with these days. But I like this era. It is interesting. The Sphinx puts down her barrel. Or maybe it's the wine talking, she says with a mysterious smile. It's a good feeling, Era. You've only lived for 30-something years, human. Wait until you've lived through 3 eras. Then you can comment. 27, actually. Oh, interesting. She sips on the wine. As old as Sierra, huh? How prophetic. I mean, I guess I have destiny on my side. If it helps. Anyway, how did your little planeswalk go? Oh, but I had a chat with Viskin about it not long ago. The old pile of bones is quite talkative when he desires information. She leans in and observes you. Anyhow, how did it go? I'm at Earth. You did? How is the old badger? He's good. I mean dead, but good. Good to hear. Sad, but good. I'm just happy you survived. Going out beyond isn't exactly the safest hobby. She finishes her barrel of wine and lets out a sigh. What a lovely day. I think I'll have another. I'm in a very good mood today. Did Iskarum come by to see you? The snail. Oh, yes. Haven't seen one of those in eras. Literally. He came by here? He did. We had a lovely little chat. That's nice. She laughs. It sounded like he wished very much to revisit me in the future. I'm looking forward to it. See you around, Elsies. God, she's so cool. Is that everyone? I think I've talked to pretty much everyone. Did a nice clean loop. Okay, kind of a fucked up loop if I'm being honest, but you know, a loop of some description. Yeah, I think that's pretty much everyone. If that's the case, let's just check in on the questing tree one more time. There's the Elven Connection, the Star Witness. These can help in the if I ever decide to play this game again. Norvegian Resistance. There's also a couple of quests that I never ended up interacting with. Especially the ones on the top out here. Phoenix Folio. Alright. Damn. They took her. Just like that. The tendrils of the Mender's court reach far. You can learn something from this. You sure can. Did you see the shit-eating confidence on the elf's luscious lips? That was the face of order. A foreign order, fully in control. It was breathtaking. I didn't believe a word he was saying. And yet he said them to your face with complete conviction. But why else would an Ilum warden stand there in the middle of the night speaking gibberish with some inane cleric? He had a damn good reason to show up. And considering they took that corpse right afterwards, they know exactly what you're doing. It was a highly calculated move to tell you those things. To blame the dead elf? To clear themselves from any wrongdoing? To sneak away in the night with the biggest piece of evidence? Before anyone with real authority could get their claws on it? And most importantly, before the press could get in on the scoop. You need to learn something from this. Get yourself closer to that Twinkie elf's level. Why? Also, you shouldn't call him that. Because the ladies will like it. Alright, you've convinced me. The illusions of grandeur can take a man far. People tend to get swept up alongside it, like little winds trailing in the wake of a greater tempest. Alas, words are wind. They too fade as the storm turns to gale. Do not build your empire on words alone. Ilim did not. Remember the tale of the Mender. It was told to every child. There have also been 3 adaptations running on Stage Street over the years. It's one of the classics. There is some historical preamble. You have more or less memorized it. You know what? Go ahead. Tell me a story. The Ilum Empire has always been an ominous presence in Ascani. She was one of the early walking gods, born as an early tiding of the divine era. She reigned in isolation for a very long time. During the Arcane era, she used her realm as a wall, one of the few powers which resisted and repelled any Dimenorian influence. Ascani remained wild for many reasons. One of them was the ever-present and self-sustaining Elven Empire in their living forest. Their status changed during the Coast War, first by growing tensions on the borders. They ended up so occupied defending their lands in the east that they didn't even intervene when a band of human refugees settled in the troll-infested ruins on the coast. Yeah, they usually have a player chanting those details out before the show starts. Now this is when the tale begins. Recallest thou the tale of Ilim the Mender, a great shaman of the wilds who in divine ascension did bind Ascani's elven kind? To Norvik she came, emerged upon its streets, scarce years past the conquest's end. In the shadow wrought she spells upon each warrior of the palace, and drawing them to earth in ranks of iron. Their eyes, bewitched and bright with zeal, beheld her form, a twisting mass of bark and gnarled root. There earth did meet her on the steps, a primal force pressed against the bulwark. Seconds for war, minutes from passion. Words they share, looks exchanged. The elf god asked but one question as she broke her spell upon the great soldiers of the city. Is anything permitted in a good man's quest? Thus ends the tale of Ilim the Mender. For earth did stay her wrath for mortal men. In years since past that elven god hath faded, yet her question lingers still within the palace air, the streets, the coast. If thou knowest the answer, hold thy tongue and speak it not, for that beguiling nymph may yet keep watch. Her roots do linger still. Beguiling nymph? It was a different time. But yeah, this is only the abridged kids version, of course. The one that stuck with you. Now think about it. The dead elf, the Spinsha, she played them all. Then this not dead elf, the warden, he's clearly a professional bullshitter. They're both master manipulators in their own right. Just excellent work. Learn from it. Build up a beautiful lie on that probably pretty face of yours. Then you can take over the... Remember where they came from. A long line of empire. An imperial dream. Learn from their mistakes. Build upon their methods. Then you may... You do realize they're immortal, right? Or they're supposed to be. That's what sets them apart. Keep that in mind. These bastards are way too slow to adapt to anything. Whether it's a millennial sphinx or an Anticipalian celestial or just an elf, they've all got that weakness. A fragile immortality. If you die, you lose what? A couple of decades at worst? They lose infinity. Okay, fragile immortality. An aversion to risk. That's what they've got, times infinity. That's a massive weakness. So that's what you should learn from them. Think about that weakness. Use it to your advantage. Keep building on that advantage over and over again. Keep rolling that die. Remove saving throws. Whenever you are above 1 hit point and take damage that would take you to 0, you go to 1. If you take any damage at 1, you die. That doesn't sound good. What about beautiful lie? Look fresh, smile wide, and they'll love you until the day you die. While you are at full health and 0 exhaustion, gain advantage in all d20 rolls. Sheesh! An Imperial Dream? Domination begins in the mind. You are above them all. While speaking with someone with less intelligence than yourself, gain extra proficiency on all d20 rolls. Okay, let's try to go with Beautiful Lie then. You'll be like an elf without all the elven bullshit. Everyone will love that. Okay, which other ones have we got? We have Esoteric Ebb, but I feel like that one's pretty good and we should leave it for last. I will take a quick sip of water, though. Phew. Despite its dormant nature, this pillar of shore is highly active inside. The souls of the dead flow through it. You hear them. Okay, let's try the Star Witness. That one sounds fun. Be aggressive. Be aggressive. Push over the line, destroying each worthless monster in the way. That's how you get ahead in life. Aggressive competence with a stoic demeanor. What? Where's this thought coming from? From you. As the adrenaline wears off, as the world comes back into perfect, regular clarity after such a deeply euphoric fight, you're standing there realizing you are on top. This is where you are supposed to be. The most competent man around. The fact that I'm alive is the most impressive part of all of this. I would love to never fight another troll in my life. Do not say that. You do not mean it. This taste of pure, near-instant, blood-misted death has got you hooked. You need more. More? More fights. More near-death experiences. More romance. Romance? The manly kind. Knights chasing down tyrannical dragons. Damsels being carried to safety. Empires falling and kingdoms rising. Men with goodness in their hearts bearing the burden of reigniting spirits, breaking darkness, and smashing evil. You have finally reached that point. The point of actually feeling like a professional cleric. So now, all I need to do in order to feel like I'm good at my job is kill an extremely dangerous and probably now extinct gigantic monster? Finally! The romantic idea of heroism, knights, and kings is fascist propaganda used to elicit unrealistic aesthetic ideals for young men, radicalizing them towards nationalistic agendas. And what's wrong with that? It's discriminatory to appeal to human men! It makes them feel bad about the world when they get stuck working in the Lamplighters Guild, thus incentivizing violence against the system. Nationalism promotes terrible, hateful ideas. We don't want to be feudal states of old, nor do we want a repeat of the Arcane Era madness. We want a liberal, modern man, one who is nice, calm, and loving and never hurts anybody ever. Okay, I wouldn't go that far. Listen. Pacifists across every band of the political spectrum will all unilaterally agree that Goku punching Frieza in the face is pretty cool. Alright? Listen. Goku is everybody's guy. Everybody wants to see that guy punch someone in the face. We cannot be saying that nobody hurts anybody ever. It's discriminatory to appeal to human men. Why should you not be allowed to dream in the modern world? I'm allowed to dream, but only in bite-sized moderate ways as to not scare the less fortunate. I mean, we had our chance and we made the Coast War happen. Now it's time for someone else to take the reins. There's a self-destructive hatred festering within men. Within you. Some might say it is driven by the forces of various powers in the world. Some might say it is inherent to this post-war era. But it does not help anyone. A man is not inherently evil for desiring greatness, nor is he mad for throwing himself into danger. There is always a need for men to take and rule and protect. What is needed is a way for men to dream freely, aimed towards the ultimate greatness of the self, aimed at helping everyone around. They do not become thieves or tyrants or ruthless gatekeepers. If there are no positive outlets for these desires, that is exactly where they will end up. A generation of men told to be calm and nice will grow up to be violent and wild. A generation of men to be told to be competent and good will grow up to be wise kings and lovable people. I don't know, man. Simple as. I see the point, but I think it's more complex than that. It always is. Annoyingly so. Feels like you might be leaning in the wrong direction here. The goal isn't to break yourself for some illusionary audience. That's true, it's... oh yes. Risk assessment, baby! The larger that creature is, the more you should be getting paid. Not in trophies or loot. That shit's a nice bonus, but you gotta get this on paper before you dive in. If you're ever fighting a troll again, you'll need to be doing so for maximized hourly rate, with every possible gruesome death calculated into that final price. Your life on the line? That pouch is getting fat. Them's the rules. Like the pest control guild? Sure, but like way more lucrative. Clerics are in high demand, especially these days. Clerics with your kind of esoteric know-how? Invaluable. I do like getting paid a livable wage. Oh yeah, the towers are infamous for their tight budgets after all. Gotta make a living somehow. Taking the gamble for pay is good, sure. But to actually live and tell the tale? For that you need more than luck. You need the luck of the fool. I'm lucky? Well, every time you head down here, it's a gamble. Every time you take on a job, and there will surely be even more ruthless jobs than that troll in the future, you will roll the die. That die being a 50-50 chance of death and destruction. What did the red one call it? Getting blood misted? Instantaneous smashing. That's it. That's what you're risking every time. So embrace it. Focus on being really, really, really lucky. You have survived long enough on gut and feeling and ultimately pointless gambles. It is time to calculate your odds. Properly. Calculate? What's that? As you can clearly evaluate, each time you take on a challenge, your outcomes are quite extreme. It appears as you are just as likely to succeed in an unlikely and extreme manner as much as you commonly find yourself in a radical and terrible failure. That might be true. It is. Even by recognizing your personal skill level involved in any particular task, The overwhelming power of chance is evidently your clearest ally. This is bad. Instead, let us lean upon the strings for balance. A tightly strung balance, one born out of beautifully curved yet balanced bell. A bell curve? Yes. If you before had an equal chance of each outcome, which is quite volatile, this would instead allow you to take control of the outcome, aligning each attempt around the center, the average. This would reliably increase your odds of succeeding at tasks you are equipped to handle, while dramatically decreasing your failure rates at those you do not. I understand what this means. Obviously, it is quite rudimentary. Of course, this would impact both you and your opponents. Jor's strings are universal, after all. Okay, luck of the fool. If you're gonna gamble, might as well save yourself the biggest falls. Whenever you roll a natural 1, you get another result and take 1d4 damage. This effect can repeat to infinity. This damage cannot take you below 1 hit point. Dungeoneering reflexes. You've dodged enough shit to get down there. In the future, you'll be ready for anything. Whenever you roll 10 or below, add extra proficiency to the roll. Huh. Okay, professional cleric. This is it. Finally, you are competent. You cannot critically fail. Okay, curved yet balanced? Naturally, you should only take on challenges you are capable of succeeding at. This will lower any risks involved. Whenever any d20 is rolled, the strings of Jor causes the outcome to lean towards 10. The chances of critical rolls are diminished. Well, a lot of the most important ones are like DC 15 and up. I don't think that's a good idea. Okay. I feel like Luck of the Fool is probably the best one. You will be very happy about this the next time you're about to stub your toe. Thus it goes. Huh, guess I'm a troll killer now. Who'da thunk? Who would have imagined such a thing? That's what I just said! The beatings of life upon the shores, each wave another painful twinge. The heart laid square, blood in veins, fear in glance, peace upon the earth. The smoking man in the pillar. What? The smoking man in the pillar. No, I heard, I just don't understand anything at all. Secret laid bare. Soon. Ish. Which method? I'll use Viscon's spell. The spellman. His pale face twisted into nothing. A hollow soul. Breathless bearings. A creature of pure evil with nothing but intrigue as guide. The path forward lay clear nonetheless, as your journey comes to a close. But, who is the man? The smoking man. Jesus Christ, is this everyone I've ever met? Well, it's probably Lord Gorm. Your gut rumbles. You do not know anything. There is no clear proof. I literally just did this! But you know deep inside. Yes, Lord Gorm is the one. Your invisible smoking man. Yeah, that's what I suspected. Nevertheless, you need fact. You need tangibles. Your gut is telling you, no. That is untrue. Not the case. False. I only get one guess? You think as much as you will. However, if you wish to know the truth, do it. Go into the pillar. Seek truth and justice. It shall calm your rumbling stomach, once and for the end of time. In that you shall find the dark belly of the soul, that which hides within, and spews without. As will you, the heart, that beating thing which dreams of a world without strife, one of love and community, of friends, one friend. Dear, oh dear, Gerard mit. It is very close now. It almost makes you think of what you will find in a different light, a question of broader implications. In effect, why did this happen? And what is this burning stake of a quest drawn into your flesh? What is it actually about? Is it so simple of a question? That thought that causes your muscles to tense up and cramp. The question you've been asking yourself since you were 5 years old. What is a good man? And does it seem like they're all dead and buried long before your time? Okay, Dark Valley of the Soul. Facing the end to see the light. Resistance to wall damage when below 50% HP. Shartat Mit. Hold everyone and everything in your heart. If there is no space, fix it or die. Each level of exhaustion grants +1 to each D20 roll instead of -1. And a good man. It drives you. It fuels you. The dream of becoming exactly what you were meant to be. Whenever you survive a death saving throw, you get back up with 1d20 HP. Keep fighting. I'm ready to make a decision. Beckon the storm. Carpe tenebras. Let's go with a good man. The question still lingers. But with this, you know, one step has been taken. A step in very much right direction. Huh, neat. And I think the last one is... Esoteric Ebb, right? Delved deep, sought far, seen within and watched without. The pillar of Jor, an ancient bulwark, its gate rising beyond. I'm still really confused. What did I do exactly? You performed communions, each step of the way making it clear to you. How little they matter, these vestiges of the maker of your world. They are but esoteric rock. Rock which sits until something changes. That's not making things any clearer. That is okay. Remember the words, the ones written upon the soft tissue at the back of your head. Feel the esoteric. Sway it. To tame it in hubris and pride will always result in tragedy. A fool's talk. You are a genius at work. This investigation has led one step closer to the illustrious title you seek. String Master. No. This magic must be wielded in attunement with the divine, nothing else. Listen to the voice of God. It shan't lead you astray. That's not the voice you hear, buddy. That was, if anything, a potential patron. Which is, of course, way more exciting. I'm sensing some different paths here. Yes, 3 of them. You do not know where they shall lead, but you may consider each. Okay, voice of God. Earth watches upon you. His spirit channels your powers each day, and that will never change. Trust in the divine. Voice of God, whenever you roll a d20, another hidden d20 is rolled. If that die is the same as your die, you critically succeed. If both are natural 20s, you regain all hit points, spend spell slots, and lose all levels of exhaustion, and you become genuinely happy for 1d4 seconds. String Master? Focus on your mastery of the esoteric. This knowledge, as cryptic as it is, will help you on your way. For each level of spell slots you have, you gain 1 additional magic maximum spell slot. I don't need more spell slots! Communing Patron? You've got a friend beyond. They'll take care of you in a win-win sort of situation. If you take damage that would cause you to go to a 0, a mysterious force protects you. If this happens, you take no damage and lose 1 first level spell slot. If you do not have any first level spell slots, this does not happen. And yes, this is different from the godly voice thing, but mostly in aesthetics, which is the most important aspect to be fair. Voice of God sounds fun. Well done. Earth be blessed. Okay, that's pretty much all the thoughts I can have in my head. My huge noggin. Ah, rat. Shoot, I realized I never found that last rat. Also, I think I'm just frozen permanently in space now. Alright. Let's wait in line. Well, that's it then. A bit of a wait and then it's done. Quest complete. Bet you're real happy about that, you adventure junkie. Snell grabs one of the fence poles nearby, leaning his body weight on it.
How you holding up, by the way? We've been moving constantly every waking hour for a long time now. To stand still like this... Jesus, I feel like I'm getting feeble-minded.
Men don't compress, they only expand. Not sure how to even comprehend this in a damn day. Snell rubs his bloodshot eyes.
Could always talk to the press.
What, the press?
Yeah, like get this all down on print.
That could be a wonderful opportunity to share some Asgulist love.
I got a friend of the Post who would love to write about all of this. Lumiere Kolachov. She's this crazy lizard woman. I think you'd like her. Not sure how much you'd be able to say without getting in trouble with your bosses, of course.
I don't care what the patriarchs think. They'll be out of a job after the election anyhow.
I don't think even the Freestriders have the power to flip that entire hierarchy on its head. Not in years, at least. I do like your thinking, though. But that's for tomorrow. More next week. Maybe next month. Who knows how the city will look by then.
How hollow it will all feel afterwards. But most importantly, will Snell be okay? Will his people make it through this change? Will you be alright?
I'll be fine.
A nonchalant shrug, with a hint of uncertainty.
I've helped build one hell of an institution here. It'll make it through, no matter who's running the show. The HWBT will survive. I'm sure of that.
Whatever you do, do not equate them to cockroaches.
Think you're right. You've got some spunk in you. Sure, we've got spunk.
The goblin grins.
Now you, on the other hand.
What about me?
Well, what's your plan?
You will serve. Bend over. Pray for mercy.
Pause?
You will be the most powerful spellcaster on the coast. In time, of course. You will help make this city a utopia for all. Snell gives you a moment to think. He's actually interested. Be the best cleric I can. I'll survive somehow. Hone my magic, become even more powerful. I'll find another job if this whole cleric thing doesn't work out. He shoots you a wicked grin.
Well, I'm sure you've got connections. Thanks again for telling Darrow to shove it. That was great to see.
I did? When?
You know, when he told you to dismiss me. That was cool. Really, I didn't expect it.
As you keep talking, the chamber appears to grow even thinner in folk. You only have a few more minutes left before it's time. Gesture towards the ballot box. You know, I gotta ask about your political opinions. The goblin sighs. I clear my throat.
Yeah?
Hit me. Say it with a rough voice.
What are you voting the election, citizen? That's private.
He wants to have a piece of it to himself.
Understandable.
You know I had to ask.
I did expect, yeah.
But he lets out a hearty scoff.
Tell you this much, though. It won't be for the Freestriders.
Good choice.
Not sure how healthy an anti-stance really is, but I'm sure they'll win in the end anyhow. They always just seem to do that. You're green, I assume?
Precisely.
Cool. I read your many comments correctly then.
He brings out a yellow notepad.
I'm not the type to write stuff down, I swear. But at some point I realized I should note down how often you make all these political comments. It got pretty ridiculous at some point.
He flips through it.
Here.
Snell shows you a page full of scribbled lines.
It's like 30 times, cleric. I'm not saying you shouldn't be politically engaged, but you're clearly a little bit too fixated.
Only 30, I gotta pump those numbers up.
I suppose so.
The goblin shakes his head, placing the yellow notepad back into his jacket. As he looks away, silence takes over between the two of you. There is something. Something is left unspoken. It's weighing on Snell's mind. He takes a deep breath.
Just a bit longer, then it's all done.
He does not want to address it, unless you do it first. DC-1 understands Snell. You solved the tea shop mystery, you got him out of the living library, you had a chat about relationships, you took a breather together. You stood up for him against Darrow. He saved you from the gelatinous cube.
How about that?
Snell is a good person. You can trust him. And you understand him. What's he thinking about then? He's thinking of Earth. Ah. There's a lot unspoken about your encounter in the void. Let him ask it. You're thinking about something.
I am?
Yeah, I can tell. Let's talk about Earth. The goblin slowly closes his eyes, relaxing his posture. He's carrying it no longer.
Yeah, I have to ask. I just had a brisk conversation with the man who personally slaughtered my entire race. Let me ask, what the fuck am I supposed to feel about that?
I think you made your opinions very clear to his face, which is impressive, by the way.
I figured I'm the only goblin alive who's actually going to get a chance to rage on the guy. It'd be a shame to let that chance slip away. But
he rubs his eyes. His brows furrow into scrunched mess as he adjusts his jacket.
I don't know. Part of me hates that he got to me at all.
How do you mean?
Should have shot him with a sling for what he's done, but something about that look in his eyes. I wouldn't expect that look in the eyes of someone with that kind of power. Or at least someone who had that kind of power. That he knew from the start that it was all just a gamble. I don't know how to even process that. And that's how all those gods went about it? Following divine visions of whichever die roll had the greatest chance of success? It's insane.
Let the man cook. Snell places a claw up against his temple.
It's just, this old man stands there, defending every choice he's made, as if he were infallible, while also showing so much regret, like he knows how much he's fucked up along the way. But he'd still do it again. Am I supposed to feel bad for him? Or should I just be some all-forgiven monk just because he did it his best? On top of that, he had the gall to tell me what I should do? Like his words are anything other than the ramblings of a dead god? Fuck, I don't know.
He looks down at the beautifully carved dwarven tiles.
How do you feel about it?
Follow what your heart is whispering. Remember what he told you. His era is over. You and I are the ones here. This is our city now. He was just a man, okay, treat him like any other human and you'll see the truth. He shouldn't have gone to his con to begin with. I think that's probably what I'd say. He should have just stayed out of this to begin with. The goblin looks up. You should have gambled on some other plan. No matter the odds.
Maybe he should have. But if I were in his shoes, I'd have probably done the same thing. If I had to choose between the halfways making it or the rest of you humans, I'd make that choice.
I would also choose that. I hate humans now. Your comment forces a laugh out of him.
Sure you do.
The goblin's eyes are full of contemplation. He will think about this conversation as much as he will the one with your god. His tiny mind catches up quicker than you anticipated. In time, he will understand it. He might seek more knowledge from you then. Intensely voting a dwarf. I did it! The dwarf at the front of the queue yells, his voice echoing out into the now almost empty temple chamber. I finally voted! I actually did it! Ah! He steps back from the ballot box, wiping sweat from his brow. The dwarf turns to look out over the chamber, tears streaming from his bloodshot eyes. I didn't think it'd be so difficult!
At least you've got one guy who cares as much about politics as you.
With this gentleman done, you see nothing now. Nothing standing between you and your voice. Such a waste of time. The end of the election day. Oh yeah, I don't have a valid card, do I? You approach the ballot box. It's slit a canyon of possibilities.
Time to cast this damn vote.
The guy next to you drops in his own voting card. As he too leaves the chamber, only you and Snell remain.
Speaking of which, here.
From his breast pocket, the goblin shows you a freshly printed voting card, without any of the boxes filled in.
Snag one of these on the way in. You'll need it after that ballsy move downstairs.
Oh yeah, the living library.
Yeah, sorry again about that. That was almost entirely on me.
Hold up the voting card. We're even now.
Sounds good to me.
You see the Norvikian stamp in the corner. The perch. It is official. The printing is a bit different from the card you received in the mail last week. Seems like the goblins must have ordered a new batch. You always think of everything, don't you?
Oh yeah, I got an eye for detail.
He holds up another card looking just as fresh.
Snagged an extra one, I took one for myself.
Unceremoniously, Snell then drops his own voting card into the box.
Huh? Done.
He did it? Just like that? Stare at his calm demeanor and gasp.
What do you want? A fucking ritual, song and dance? It's in the box, that's what matters.
He has known for a long time what to put in this box. Nod. Good on you for voting, Snell.
I wasn't gonna nod after all this. Anyhow.
Snell steps aside.
Your turn, cleric.
The ballot box looms. Its shadow is ominous, emanating an uncertain future. Turning to leave, he instead looks back with a scrunched expression.
Just gotta ask one more thing. The prayer.
What?
The prayer. The old man mentioned you would pray every night for one thing. It's been killing me, so I gotta ask. What was it? Yeah?
It is an idiotic thing. He will surely enjoy hearing it.
It's...
I would look out the window each night. I'd look at the moon in the dark sky, and then I would ask Earth to give me one thing.
Yeah? What was it?
One. Only one is enough. I prayed for one friend. One friend. That'll be enough.
That's...
He gives you a shrug.
That's not unreasonable.
It's really not. Your goblin companion laughs alongside you. He holds out a sharp claw. A show of friendship. A hand to shake. Be careful. Don't touch him too much. Let's shake it firmly. You give him a firm handshake. He grins. He is going to miss this.
See you around, cleric.
Your goblin companion then walks down the stairs, heading straight for the exit. As he goes, you hear him yell out,
"And don't vote for anything stupid!"
Then you're alone. You see the ballot box staring at you. Next to it, a simple pencil. You are about to contribute as one in approximately 300,000. For comparison, the textbooks on esoteric history you read for your tower's initialization was 320,000 words long. Imagine yourself as one of those words. Then realize how vastly this action matters in the grand scheme of Norvik. Yet one singular word in that tome can change its entire meaning. Vote. For every person, each creature, all things in this world of yours, vote. Everything upon your shoulders. As you bring forth the voting card, the pencil in your hand, a world watching.
I know exactly what to vote.
The ballot box believes in you. So do it. Choose now. One final time.
Is this a voting? Sounds important. Meek thinks Master will choose good.
Thanks, Meek.
Yes, big thanks to me.
Your talking scarf morphs back into a not talking scarf. The ballot box calls to you. You can delay it no longer.
I'm gonna vote for...
Party of Norvik, the Revolutionary Free Striders, the Aeschylus Workers' Party, the Agrarian Culture Rule Party, the Arcanist, the Cleric.
Vote for Snell.
Let's go. You fill out the box with a heavy heart. For the ones who fall behind. For the ones who want to build an egalitarian dream. You are a good person. You held the card in your hand. You hold the card in your hand. The ballot box below. A symbol for everything you are. Everything you can be. Once you put this voting card inside that box, you have already made your choice. Now follow the string. The 50-50 choice is so fucking awesome. That was a lovely game. I think I'm gonna have to take a break from narratively driven games for a little while. I think it's probably gonna be good for me to try and do something more action-based. Although, frankly speaking, I'm probably not going to play video games for a while on stream at all. Starting next week, I'm probably going to start doing a little bit more of trying out co-working for a change. This has lyrics? I really enjoyed this game, I think. Yeah, I don't think there's so much else to say. This was just very enjoyable. Very different vibe from, I think, a lot of the inspirations that it took from, but I think that's very much to its benefit. It's also nice to just see the little forest sprites just chilling. Now that I know what to do, I can probably get to all the more critical points a little bit faster next playthrough, but that's probably not going to be for a while. I don't know, I might try to go for a mixed charisma dexterity build next time. It's going to be weird being dumb as a rock and not really good at casting spells, but I think it's going to be fun. Also, I really wasn't expecting this to develop into, like, metal screams. It's also interesting that the final choice there, right, it had like the 50%, and it had like a blue glow. I wonder if that's also part of, you know, maybe that's like approaching what the abilities of the gods are, right, in the context of this universe. Since they seem to be able to view things in terms of probability. It seems like the voting itself had a 50-50 chance of either saving Norbik or dooming it forever. I don't know. I think that was what I think I respect most about this game is the kind of eclecticness of its world building. I think the game had a very long or a very intensively creative process for its background, most of which has only limited impact on the actual outcomes. But as well as that, or like, you know what I mean? Like the fact that the world is half round, it comes up maybe one time with the quest with the ant, but at the same time, it's like learning about this is, how do I put it? I don't know, it's just interesting. I liked learning about this world. I liked the kind of lore that was hidden in the nooks and crannies. Still don't know what's with the White Hulk over there. Like, seriously, he is like 4 heads taller than everybody else. What is the ultimate white guy doing over there? That fucking bird that I hate. Right, the other elf. I forgot about her. I probably should have talked to her. Oh well, that rice is already cooked. Really fascinating to see the number of people that were on voiceover work, though. Because I remember that, you know, it's only been a couple of voice grunts and everything. But I think that's also fine. Special thanks to r/Disco Elysium. Yeah, word? To approximately 3,000 liters of tea, the Coven, Paradox Interactive, Notepad++. Every lovely person at the incubator. Special thanks to the developers of Planescape Torment, Disco Elysium, Dungeons and Dragons, and Secret of Monkey Island. That second one was a little bit of a curveball, I feel. This is a strange work of fiction. Names, characters, places, and incidents are products of the author's imagination or are used fictitiously. Any resemblance to actual events, locales, or persons, living or dead, is entirely coincidental. Esoteric Ebb takes place in the Esoteric Coast setting, powered by the Esoteric 5e rule set. With that, we end today's session. It's been an honor to DM for you over the course of this adventure. Your cleric has been incredibly interesting to watch. That's a compliment. Somehow you managed to score an actual sort of date with a moon gore. A very healthy choice. I have a feeling you will end up in a body cast by the end of it. Yeah, if I'm lucky. Not like that. Aww. Oh, and don't forget about your new buddy, Isk. He will have to seek out terrifyingly powerful magic in order to bring back his dear wife. You think he can do it? Maybe you'll have to help him out. I hope so. Isk seems like a cool guy. I feel like we'd get along on several levels. When it comes to Meek, you've obviously got a familiar for life. I am going to teach Meek to do basic math problems. Though you better keep an eye out. That old master of his is definitely still around. Maybe you'll even get a chance to chat with him at some point. God, rolling up to the Hagen Shags with the Dad That Stepped Up t-shirt. Right, and you've also got a cranium ant in your pocket. Man, you're really picking up a lot of these friends, aren't you? It's kind of my thing. Your mom's gonna freak. That's true, you live with your mom. Then there are questions surrounding those lost mines Askeva was looking for. That sounds like a higher tier dungeon to me. I'm guessing that might be a great focus for the next adventure. Who doesn't love a good treasure hunt? No matter what, the Golden Horde will keep a watchful, radiating eye on this city of ours. Yeah, well, the Golden Horde can go pound sand. And that eye might end up fixated on you because of how you played it in that meeting. It'll be exciting to see. Ultimately, though, I am most intrigued by your encounters with Earth. For Snell, it was meeting with the horrors of the past. For the cleric, it must have made a lasting impression. One that will shape his future, and the era to come. Speaking of which, with the election done, I feel like this campaign needs a time skip. Couple of months? Years? Norvik is heading into tumultuous times, but your Asgul cleric will surely find purpose in the cause. I can't wait to see what you do next. Christopher Beauregard. Well, that was a good game. I think I'm just going to end stream straight up. Take care, everybody. Good night.